Please be upstanding for the start of the meeting. Okay, please take your seats. Thank you. Good evening and Happy New Year, members of the public and the press attending this full council meeting of BCP Council on the 10th of January 2023. I'm Councillor Nigel Hedges, and as Chair of BCP Council, I will be chairing the meeting. I will be supported by the Vice Chairman, Councillor Tony O'Neill. I will now set out the housekeeping arrangements for the meeting. Please note that this meeting is being recorded by the Council for live and subsequent broadcast and will be published on the Council website for a minimum of 6 months. In order to ensure the meeting is managed effectively, please could everyone follow these ground rules. If you wish to speak, please raise your hand clearly to indicate. Where there appears to be consensus in the meeting for a motion, I will ask if there is any dissension. When a formal vote is required, this will be carried out by a show of hands unless a recorded vote is requested, which requires support from a quarter of the members present at the meeting. As a matter of courtesy, can members indicate to me if they are leaving the meeting? In accordance with the Constitution, I shall have comfort breaks at 2-hour intervals as appropriate. In addition, I would request that you try and avoid leaving the meeting during the debate. At the start of each full council meeting, I take the opportunity to remind members of the requirements of the BCP Council Constitution Procedure Rules and the Councillors' Code of Conduct. However, high passions run during debate. I will still, as the chairperson in charge of the meeting, expect councillors to behave with moderation and courtesy towards one another, officers and the chair throughout. I expect you to be fair and considerate to your fellow members of this council. I am entrusted by you to be fair to all. When asking to speak, please indicate clearly. Have we covered this? I'll run through it anyway. When asking to speak, please indicate clearly. Please also indicate to the chair if you wish or need to temporarily leave the meeting. I will allow comfort breaks at reasonable intervals. This indication is especially important if you do not plan to return, so that this can be noted when voting is done. Points of order, if properly made by reference to the provision in the Constitution, will be heard and determined immediately. I reluctantly employ the gavel when I am not being heard. While I understand that councillors may get swept away in the heat of the given moment, my primary role is to allow council business to be done, and I will use the further option of muting all microphones if I deem it necessary. As the last resort, I will stand as the chair in order to halt proceedings and regain order, but these are not actions I would like to consider, let alone feel obliged to employ. I ask members to think long and hard about these sentiments. I would also request that members leave the meeting at the actual end of the meeting when I have clearly indicated as such. For those of you, can I just also point out that 2 members are actually in the public gallery this evening, Councillor White and Councillor Allen. They will come down to vote and they will also come down to speak. Thank you. Agenda item 1, apologies. Chief Executive, will you read out the apologies received for this meeting?
Thank you, Chairman. Apologies have been received from Councillor Julie Bagwell and Councillor Simon Bull.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Agenda item 2, declaration of interest. Councillor Flagg. So Councillor McCormack, well, I don't think your microphone was working there, but Councillor McCormack has sent in through Councillor Flagg that he will be late. Thank you. Councillor Slade?
Sorry, Chair. I did report earlier that Councillor Maidment has given her apologies.
Thank you. And Councillor Maidment, if you could record that. Thank you, Councillor Slade. Can you report on any declarations of interest received?
Thank you, Chairman. None have been declared to date, but if any member is required to consider or make any other declaration of interest, then could they please refer to the flow chart set out on the agenda for guidance and declare that interest at the start of any relevant item.
Thank you. Councillor Mellor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. As per when item 6A was at scrutiny, I declared an interest and left the room, which I'll do again. One of my engineering factories is on the premises. Just for clarity, I have no intention of purchasing that site, but I will not take part in the debate. Chair, thank you.
And that's 6A. Thank you.
Chair.
Councillor Williams' hand, I think I saw first.
Yes, for transparency purposes, I'm a member of the Arts Council, and we will be discussing a potential funder in the Russell Coates.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Iyengar.
Chairman, just say on item 6C on the Russell Coates externalisation, I'm a member of the Russell Coates Management Committee.
Any others? Hands I missed? No? Thank you. Agenda item 3, confirmation of minutes. Councillors, do you agree to confirm the minutes of the council meeting held on the 9th of November 2022, which was reconvened on the 5th of December 2022? Councillor Evans, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'd like to raise the concern about the minutes. I'm not sure quite what's happened to them. We seem to have verbatim minutes recorded for the question and answers from councillors and public. And even the chair activities were listed in quite full detail. But when it comes to the actual discussion and debate, there's no detail. For example, on page 18, around the petition that was submitted, the minutes basically state a number of questions were raised and responded to, then the motion debated. Now, for transparency and accountability, I don't think that's good enough. These minutes are part of the LGA, part of our constitution. They have to be kept for 6 years, and for the purposes of looking back and seeing what has happened at these meetings. Certainly in my own committee in HOSC, we have much fuller minutes, and I just wanted to raise that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Evans. Councillor Barron, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm unable to agree with the minutes because it's a very long evening, and I don't get out much, and I like to look through on YouTube and actually watch what happened and play it back through. However, there's at least one section of that recording missing, which I have raised over a month ago. I haven't had a satisfactory explanation as to why. So for that reason, I can't confirm the minutes. Thank you. And could we just, through you, Chair, if I may,
yes.
Could we please just ensure that going forward that the full evening is recorded on YouTube and the recording is kept there in its entirety and it isn't edited to cut certain things out? Lots of concerned residents about this, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barron. Those points are noted. If you could just bear with me, members. I would like to respond to some of those points.
Thank you, Chairman. There was a problem with the recording and publication of the recording from last time on YouTube Live. Just for members' information, we have since discovered that YouTube Live seems to have now put a 4-hour limit on live broadcasts, and actually the broadcast was missing from that sort of point. However, we have put an alternative recording up there in which the words are clear, the audio recording is clear, the video is slightly out on that. So we can certainly send you the website. It is available. As far as I know, the whole of the meeting in one form or other is available for public consumption on YouTube. So happy to send links to the councillors, but they're all up there and have been for some time.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Councillor Barron, can I just finish one point there? Obviously, I think Councillor Barron used the word edited. It's safe to say that it was the technological quirks of, there was no deliberate editing, it was technological quirks of the restrictions, but everything is there, but in component form.
Yeah, yes, Chair, that is absolutely right. Absolutely no editing, and I believe that the whole of the audio is available online.
And those recordings would reflect all the words uttered in the statement in the course of the meeting.
That's our belief.
So,
Yeah.
although there may be, observations that parts of the discussions were not recorded verbatim, but they are on these recordings.
They are. So one recording we know had some of the audio missing. That audio is available and is clear on another recording that is up there on YouTube. But we're very happy to send out, happy to send to all councillors after this meeting the links for the various parts, if that would help.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Councillor Barron, please.
Thank you, Chairman. With respect, I did ask the question a month ago, and at sort of 13 minutes past 6 in the meeting, to be told that it is on that, I'm not going to trawl YouTube trying to find it. Surely it's down to officers to tell me it's there for me to look. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barron. Thank you. No other. Councillor Evans again, please.
Yeah, may I have an answer as to whether the minutes are considered fit for purpose from the monitoring officer? Thank you.
Monitoring officer will respond to you, Councillor Evans.
So, Councillor Evans, the purpose of minutes is to record the decisions at meetings. There's no obligation for a full representation of the debate to be recorded in the minutes. Some councils do it a slightly different way, but I think because of the length of our meetings as well, we've got a style that leans towards the recording of decisions rather than a full verbatim record of a meeting. Thanks.
Councillor Evans.
If I may, the Constitution does mention recording the reasons behind the decisions as well.
Is there a response? Councillor Evans, would you be happy if the monitoring officer continued this discussion afterwards? Thank you very much. Councillor Filer, please. And then
Chairman, a number of us, I can't say everybody because I haven't asked them, but most of us can't hear a word of anything that's being said from the top table. In this section, certainly. I don't know about other people as well. But we really couldn't make out the Chief Executive, the monitoring officer, or yourself, not clearly. And some of us didn't even know what the conversation was about. So perhaps something needs tweaking.
Well, I know that technologically this was the state of the art in the 1930s, and there are plans to improve everything with digital everything. But I think to some degree, I think if everybody can speak up would help. And if I'm at fault, then I'm terrifically sorry, because I've always usually been told to keep quiet and shut up rather more than say it louder. So apologies. Councillor Stribley, I think you indicated.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, my comment was the same as Councillor Filer's, but you have just proved yourself that it works, because initially we could only hear a mumble, I'm sorry, from yourself, heard barely anything you said. Just now, because you were addressing us at the back of the room, we heard every word. And the trick is to speak to the back wall and not in front of your hand or to your iPad in front of you.
Well, thank you, Councillor Stribley, and I will bear that in mind. Of course I will. Bearing in mind that hearing Councillor Evans' observations and Councillor Barron, I've necessitated to have to turn my head to the Democratic Services specialist on my left. That is obviously breaking my golden rule of always speak into the microphone. So what you didn't hear was actually my requests and exhortations from the officers to respond to members. But I will make a point of ensuring... Oh, yes?
With respect, Mr. Chairman, I was referring to your opening speech to the Council and not to the recent bit.
Well, thank you, Councillor Stribley, and that's a most valuable observation which I will take on board. Thank you. Councillor Borthwick, I understand you indicated.
Yes, I stand that I can't hear a thing either. At least I can see you. I definitely can't hear you.
That sounds like the worst of all worlds. But again, thank you, Councillor Borthwick. It wouldn't be the same without you. Any other indications? Okay. Right, if we could progress now to agenda item 4, I have some announcements. It is my sad duty to inform you of the passing of former Councillor and Mayor of Poole, Les Burden, former Bournemouth Councillor Roger West, former Bournemouth Councillor Barbara Smith, and former Bournemouth Councillor David Clutterbuck. Could you bear with me for a moment, members? Oh, right, okay. Right, can I call on Councillor Judes Butt to say a few words in relation to Les Burden, please? Councillor Judes Butt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be as brief as possible, but I have a written scree which I cleared with Roro, Les's widow, this afternoon, so she has agreed this with her blessing. I'll just get my glasses on. Leslie, or Les to his friends, was a man of action, not words. So I will try to keep his tribute, which I have today discussed with his wife, Mary Rose, as concise as possible. But in his long life of achievements and successes, this will not be easy. I'm not quite sure where to begin, but like Les, who was ever the pragmatist with any issue, it may as well be from the beginning. Les was born in Weymouth in Dorset shortly before World War II in June 1937. Moving to Poole as a very small child, Les made his home in Poole. He was educated at local Poole schools, St Aldham's, Court Hills and Poole Grammar. Les was always a handsome man, and on telling people that he won a place at Poole Grammar all those years ago, he would joke that he had good looks and brains. Les enjoyed 39 years as a Class 1 football referee. I can hear somebody speaking, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. Les enjoyed 39 years as a Class 1 football referee, the youngest ever referee in history to gain his credentials. At his first paid gig on a football pitch up north, the club manager refused to let him on the turf as he did not believe he was old enough to be refereeing. A telephone call later to the FA and a red-faced club manager had to back down. But as his flushing, embarrassed cheeks matched Les's adored team colours, Arsenal, he let it go. That was Les. No names, no pack drill, no fuss, just always move forward. Les rose to the highest international FA League level. He was president of Poole and East Dorset Referee Society and secretary of West of England League for 25 and 12 years respectively. All that knew Les will remember his veiled threats of handing out red cards if councillors were a little rowdy in the Poole Borough Chamber. Les met his wife Roro in 1968, 52 years of marriage. Les retired from football in the mid-80s and worked with Roro growing their successful upholstery business, refurbishing hotels and many mobile homes. He hung up, literally, his last set of caravan curtains 30 years later. In 1999, after campaigning with me in Creekmore since the mid-80s, Les was elected with me on the same day, May 6, 1999, to serve Creekmore, Hilborn and Waterloo for the then Poole Borough Council. We worked together for 20 very fulfilled years, Councillor John Rampton joining us in 2003 to complete the awesome threesome, as Les called us. They were extremely busy and happy years. In fact, there were many happy moments for Les during his service as a councillor. In 2004, he was deeply honoured to be elected Mayor of Poole, having served as Sheriff of Poole 2003-04. Together with his Lady Mayoress, his wife Roro, his duties were many and varied. The most memorable being a sit-down luncheon in 2004 at Poole Lighthouse for the dedication of the new RNLI Lifeboat College building, with Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II sitting on one side of him and the Duke of Edinburgh on the other. As Les said, quite a sandwich, although they did have a hot meal. As he told me after the event, the Duke of Edinburgh shared with him some hilarious and very edgy jokes, and Les, with Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, being the perfect guest, generally ignored the Duke of Edinburgh, but smiled gently and somewhat knowingly as she chatted to Roro during the luncheon. Les achieved so much in his 20 years as a Poole councillor, serving in all areas of council, taking special interest of those that will remember in housing matters as the annual National Housing Conference rep, keeping Poole safe as chair of the Emergency Committee, and doing all possible to make sure development in Poole was appropriate as a member of planning, and keeping a close watch on all licences granted as a long-serving licensing committee member. Les was known to be a very snappy dresser, even when in his beloved garden spraying his precious roses that always had some new emerging pest munching their way through his petals. Les always enjoyed helping out wherever he could in his local community and clocked up a fair few years being part of the many superb charities and local groups. He raised $25,000 during his mayoral year for his charities to support the RNIB, Chestnut Nurseries and Poole Hospital Trust, and serving over decades many more. He served as chair of Broadstone, Horticultural Society, Waterloo Youth Club, Hilborn School Governors, Poole Old Grammarians and Society of Poole, treasurer of Hilborn Community Centre Memorial Hall and governor of Bournemouth Hospital Trust, and an active member both involved in Dorset and police authorities. Les was passionate about protecting the civic and historic heritage of his town of Poole and its beautiful surroundings. If we all had a pound for the times he gave his regalia talks and told audiences that the ancient town of Poole had its first settlers arrive in the Iron Age, and Queen Elizabeth II bestowed her charter on the town in 1568, which created the modern mayoralty as we know today, I think we'd all be very wealthy. His enthusiasm and genuine love of what he was doing and why he was doing it always shone through. Les would tell me how hard it was for him, that he'd always been so busy and involved in his community to step back and do nothing. Therefore, Les and Rowa were delighted to be asked last August to be joint honorary presidents of Poole Engage. Les's huge experiences and wisdom, sharing over 150 years of local knowledge with his wife Roro, was of immeasurable help. And Les was working with us right up until his very last, with his zany ideas and useful enthusiasm, to always give his fellow residents a hand up. Finally, Dickens tells us that the measure of a man is indeed weighed by the number of his friends, and Les had friends in droves. I will remember Les, as will many others that knew him, with a large glass of his favourite red wine in his hand, or his blood, as he would joke. This stemmed from once being compared to the famous Dracula actor Christopher Lee. We all stand on the shoulders of giants, none bigger or more worthy than to have been embraced as mayor of this town of Poole, and true friend and supporter of so many. I miss my friend Leslie. I miss his good counsel, his gentle demeanour, and his daft jokes. A life so well lived, a consummate gentleman, a true man of Poole. Farewell, Ref. Farewell, Leslie, Frederick, George, Burton. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Butt. That was excellent. I call upon Councillor Vicky Slade to say a few words in relation to Roger West. Councillor Slade.
Thank you, Chair. I will be very brief. I would just like to say a few words about former Councillor Roger West, who died just before Christmas. Roger was first elected to serve Redhill and Northbourne in 1999 and served continuously through to 2015, when he left the Liberal Democrats to become part of an independent organisation, though sadly failing to secure a win in the local elections at that time. He later rejoined the party and was a keen advocate for a close relationship, as well as a keen environmentalist as a member of East Dorset Friends of the Earth. He was also a governor for Kingsley School in his ward, where his children had gone to school, and was an advocate for Park Home residents and young people. During his time on Bournemouth Council, Roger was a very vocal member of the council, a champion for transparency, and right to the end, he felt it was his duty to expose incidents and procedures that he felt did not fulfil the Nolan principles of public life, and for that, we should all continue in his stead. Many of us would have received long, impassioned emails, phone calls, and held impromptu meetings with Roger at public events or in the corridors during his time both as an elected member and since. And whatever your feelings about the issues he pursued and the people that he tried to challenge, his resilience through his long ill health and the passage of time cannot be argued with. He was in attendance at our most recent council meeting in December, where he made the case for a memorial to the soldiers from India that served from this very town hall, and I'm delighted that our Armed Forces champion has confirmed that the memorial will go ahead. I do hope that when that happens, his wife will be invited to attend in his behalf. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Slade. I personally, as Chairman, would like to say a few words on behalf of Barbara Smith. Barbara Smith was an independent councillor, represented the Winton ward on Bournemouth Borough Council from 1987 to 2003. During her time on the council, Barbara Smith held the position of chairman of the Environment Committee, a position she held for 3 years, following which she then became vice chairman of the same committee until 2001. I now call upon Councillor Anne Filer to say a few words in relation to David Clutterbuck. Councillor Filer.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I won't be saying as many words about Councillor Clutterbuck as my colleagues have said about their former colleagues as well. David Clutterbuck served as a councillor in Bournemouth from 1992 until 2007. I will always be grateful to him because he was directly responsible for me being on the council. One summer's day back in 1998, as Michael and I watched a Hampshire County cricket match in the much-missed Dean Park ground, we were approached by David, who invited us to stand with him for the East Cliff Ward of Bournemouth Council. My husband had previously been a councillor but had retired before David was elected. However, they knew one another from playing Sunday cricket over many years, and David's suggestion that we both stand for election gave me the perfect opportunity at the right time, and following the elections in 1999, the rest is history. David was a kind and hard-working chap. A newsagent by trade, he was very sociable, and I was always amazed at how many people in our ward he knew personally. He was often politically incorrect by today's standards, but most people really liked him. He was a mad cricket fan, and to mark his special birthday, he put on a match between him and his family and friends against an All-Stars 11, again at Dean Park. A really fabulous event. Once I was elected, David was my mentor and completely showed me the arcane ways that local government works. Despite losing touch with him over latter years, I often think fondly of David and the golden summer days that we spent with him. I hope you'll all join me in wishing his family deepest condolences on their sad loss. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Filer, and thank the other two councillors who paid tributes as well. I now request all members stand for a period of respectful silence. Thank you, members. If you please be seated. Agenda item 5, public issues. Public questions. Question A. Sean Mills has submitted a public question on zero carbon buildings. Would you like to ask your question, and Councillor Phil Broadhead will respond. Mr. Mills? Oh, hi.
Good evening. BCP Council has declared a climate emergency and committed to transition the entire region to zero carbon by 2050. Buildings and construction account for around half of our emissions, and fuel bills are rarely out of the news. Many authorities set planning policy to ensure, as London has been doing since 2016. Government research confirms that this does not deter house building, nor add significant costs. Instead, it avoids the far greater expense of improvement later on. 85% of local plan consultation respondents last year agreed that BCP should set a local standard. How soon will this happen?
Thank you, Mr Mills. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Mr Chairman, and thank you to Mr Mills for your question. We are currently exploring the policy options surrounding sustainability and zero carbon for new building through our BCP Council's new local plan, which we'll be hopefully agreeing later on this year. I wholeheartedly agree with Mr Mills that new buildings, along with retrofitting existing buildings, is a huge part of ensuring that we meet our carbon reduction aspirations. Our job is to make sure that we get these policies right, especially for something this important. We understand, and Mr Mills has mentioned, that there are wide-ranging support from the community and that this would indeed help meet our sustainability objectives. We've also heard concerns from others that pursuing a zero-carbon building ahead of national building regulation targets has concerns for them as well. Therefore, in order to properly explore and consider in the round with a number of other development outcomes we'd like to see, such as affordable housing and infrastructure delivery, we've commissioned our own study to explore the impacts of all of these issues on development viability. This will then provide evidence to support the resulting policies for that draft local plan later on this year, which will be worked up cross-party. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Thank you, Mr Mills. Thank you. Public question B. Frank Ahern has submitted a public question on the local plan. Would you like to ask your question and Councillor Broadhead will respond? Frank Ahern, thank you.
In July, the revised local plan the revised local development scheme and amended timetable were unanimously approved by the Cabinet, who stated, "We are keen to continue to engage our communities and stakeholders in the BCP local plan in order that they can influence the plan. Appropriate time is therefore set out within the LDS to continue to actively engage our communities before the draft of the local plan is published." The BCP local plan update states that, I quote, "Face-to-face engagement will be an important component of our ongoing approach," and identifies autumn 2022 for the further engagement. This has not happened. Why not?
Thank you, Mr Ahern. Councillor Broadhead, if you'd like to respond.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. Again, thank you to Mr Ahern for this question. We received a large amount of incredibly useful feedback to the response to the comprehensive issues and options consultation, which ran from January to March last year. And indeed, it was one of the largest and most successful consultations ever done by this council. Since July, the Cabinet have been engaging with stakeholders and other communities through targeted sessions undertaken in conjunction with Future Places and specific meetings with the community groups, keeping that work going. And these events are all face-to-face and continue to add to our knowledge of the various issues and views of our communities across different parts of the BCP area. However, we were also aware of potential changes that government were proposing in relation to plan making. Consultation of these has now been published, and these changes would have some significant implications, I think positive implications, for our local plan. Undertaking consultation in the autumn would therefore have been abortive given the nature of the changes proposed at national level. In particular, and after much work directly with government on this issue, I'm delighted that the proposed changes to the Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill now mean that our new local plan can formally protect our precious green belt from inappropriate residential development, something which I was determined to ensure in our local plan despite the challenges in doing so, but something which is now much easier to facilitate. I can now give the firm pledge that this Conservative administration will protect BCP's green belt from residential development, safeguarding it for the future. Now that we have some certainty around these issues, we'll be stepping up the engagement process ahead of that work on the draft local plan, something which again is being done cross-party through our local plan steering group. We have a tremendous amount more work to do on this and plan to have further face-to-face events in only the next few months. And as I mentioned earlier on, Mr Chairman, the draft of the local plan will then be published in the autumn. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Mr Chairman.
Thank you, Mr Ahern. No, you don't.
So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr Ahern. Question C. Julie Redmond has submitted a public question on the Bounce Back Challenge Fund. Would you like to ask your question and Councillor Broadhead will respond?
June 2021, the Bounce Back Challenge Fund was supposed to provide grants for innovative long-term economic development and future growth projects. The Bournemouth Sevens was already a successful festival and made more than £500,000 profit in 2021. Dorset Growth Hub initially assessed their project, recommended a grant of £15,000. Why did you go against Dorset Growth Hub and increase the grant to £70,000? When their social media pages announced 80% of tickets to the festival had already been sold before the bounce back scheme was announced, it looks like the extra £55,000 just increased their profits.
Thank you, Mr Redmond. Councillor Broadhead, would you like to respond, please?
Thank you very much, Mr Chairman, and thank you, Mrs Redmond, for your question. As I've mentioned many times when talking about the Council's support throughout the pandemic, I'm really pleased with our response. We delivered over about £250 million of support to keep businesses, organisations and charities across BCP not just afloat through the pandemic, not just enabling them to survive, but also to thrive. And of that £250 million, the Bounce Back Challenge Fund was a very small part of that, but an innovative scheme for that ARG funding in response to the pandemic. As we've said before, the scheme was open in spring 2021, 18 months ago, and as mentioned, it was competitive and proposals were scored against 4 criteria: innovation, deliverability, helping the economy bounce back, and pride in place. The award panel agreed that applications must be assessed on the basis of the applications as submitted, and the award was either for the full amount applied for or nothing. There was no ability for renegotiated, revised or reduced schemes. They simply weren't possible. Therefore, the Bournemouth Sevens proposal scored high enough to be awarded by the panel the full amount that they applied for. It was either that or nothing. The grant was not increased, and this has indeed been explained on a number of occasions. Mr Chairman, I would also use this opportunity. I know we've got a statement coming through from Mrs Redmond shortly in which an assertion is made that we haven't had any independent look at this process. That is absolutely not the case. I just haven't yet responded to the email. I have a lot of email from Mr and Mrs Redmond on this, and indeed we have had our Bounce Back Challenge scheme has gone through an internal audit and an external audit, including by Bays, all of which concluded the scheme was acceptable and appropriately managed. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead, and thank you, Mrs Redmond. Thank you. Alex McKinstry has submitted a public question on public attendance in the Council chamber. Would you like to ask your question, and I will respond as Chairman of the Council? Mr McKinstry.
Okay, December's announcement that people attending meetings, quote, must remain seated at all times, unquote, in the gallery, removes 2/3 of the council chamber from public view. This prevents attendees from reporting or even witnessing significant events. Applause, objurgations, councillors arriving suddenly mid-interval. It also prevents attendees from seeing how 2/3 of councillors vote, including entire groups, such as Pool Engage, or the independent members. How is this compatible with transparency, and how is it compatible with the council's duty to facilitate the reporting and photographing of meetings by the public? That is a statutory requirement under Section 100A of the 1972 Local Government Act.
Thank you, Mr Kinstry. The right of members of the public to be admitted to the public meetings of primary councils in England is contained in a number of statutes and regulations and has also been the subject of interpretation by the courts. In all instances, a person attending such a meeting in person must, so far as practicable, be afforded reasonable facilities for doing so, in quotes. The Council must balance the right of members of the public to be admitted to the place where the meeting is to be held against consideration of health and safety according to the physical nature of the place and circumstances at the time. I consider the measures that have been put in place to be reasonable. Stephen Chappell has submitted a public question on the Art Gallery Museum. Would you please ask your question and Councillor Dunlop will respond. I'm assuming this is Russell Coates Art Gallery Museum. Or Alderman Stephen Chappell. Thank you.
This is the question on the externalisation of the Russell Coates Art Gallery and Museum. With critical information being withheld from public scrutiny, it is difficult to assess the full implications of this far-reaching proposal. One nagging and unanswered question is this. 1. The Council, now freed from its trustee obligations to fund the Art Gallery and Museum, cuts its grant to this outside body. Secondly, the promise of external funding does not materialize, and this was a key driver of the proposal. The new body becomes insolvent. In this scenario, can the portfolio holder please tell me what would happen to the Art Gallery and Museum and to its staff if the new body was wound up?
Thank you, Alderman Chappell. And Councillor Dunlop will respond, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Alderman Chappell. What a pleasure it is to see you again. I've got quite a detailed response for you. Russell Coates and BCP Council will undertake mitigation to avoid the situation arising. The governance change is contingent on a mutually acceptable financial settlement being agreed between BCP Council and the new trustee. In recognition of the major risks, both parties will ensure that the arrangements satisfactorily address the legacy of maintenance issues that the new trustee will inherit. Deliver a long-term commitment by BCP Council to provide revenue funding, ideally 10 years in 5-year settlements, recognising from experience elsewhere that such changes in governance take time to deliver benefits. Be based on a robust business plan building on the museum's long-standing track record of income generation to date. Focus on board development and fundraising strategy and skills to support success. BCP Council will maintain a close relationship with the new trustee through a service level agreement, regular reporting and by appointing members to the board, though true independence must be maintained. A risk assessment has been undertaken of this complex change and will be updated through the process of transition. The Council recommendations provide for financial settlement to be negotiated in the transition years. The new trust will not take on liability for the museum unless they are satisfied that they can deal with the short and medium risks. In the unlikely event of insolvency, legal advice has recommended that whilst the Council would not wish to give a carte blanche to the new charity, that it will back the trusteeship of the charity in any circumstances. It is anticipated that the Council would contractually agree to take the trusteeship back in certain extreme circumstances. I would like to add that rather than the Council being free from its obligation to the Russell Coates, it is the museum and the art gallery that would be freed from an outdated, restricted governance arrangement that prevents it operating as a modern, independent charity in control of its own destiny and allowing the experts that make up the management to make those informed decisions. And this is evidenced by the many independent charities that operate museums, such as the Russell Coates, with great success. I think with a fair and medium-term settlement, the same could be achieved of Bournemouth's flagship cultural offer. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dunlop. Could I have that in writing, please? Thank you, Chairman.
Alderman Chappell, thank you. Lovely to see you. Thank you, Councillor Dunlop.
Thank you.
The last question was supposed to be presented by Daniel Parkin as a public question on complaints, which was going to be read out on his behalf by Alex McKinstry. Apparently the question is not in Mr. McKinstry's hands, so therefore inadmissible at this point, but the answer will be sent to Mr. Parkin directly. If you could refer that, Mr. McKinstry. Thank you. Councillor Slade.
Thank you, Chair. Just a little confused because we all have a copy of that question in our possession, and is there any reason why we can't actually hand it to the member of the public so that the question and answer can be given as requested? That doesn't seem unreasonable.
I asked if I could read it out, but apparently I can't. Can I just confer for that, please? Well, the answer, Councillor Slade, is yes.
If Mr. McKinstry would like me to pass my laptop to him to read it out, I would be more than happy for Mr. McKinstry to do that if he wishes.
I have it in hard copy as well. This is a team effort.
Jim, we have copies of the questions. We don't have Mr. McKinstry.
Ah, we don't have Mr. McKinstry. Is he still here? Mr. Fraser. Hurrah! Democracy will be seen and democracy will be heard, Mr. McKinstry.
I do, Mr. McKinstry. If you wouldn't mind returning that to me after you.
I'll be happy to return. A question from Mr. Daniel Parkin. There are reports circulating of formal complaints being lost, inverted commas, by the officer responsible for administering them. There are also reports of complaints being severely delayed. In one case, a complaint remains outstanding since May 2022. Notably, many of these unresolved complaints are about the conduct of administration councillors. How many complaints are still outstanding, and how many of those have not had a response within 20 working days? And will you commit to writing to all complainants to confirm receipt and a timeline for the progress of their complaints?
Thank you very much, Mr. McKinstry. Mr. Parkin will be most pleased. Councillor Dove, could I call upon you to respond?
Thank you. Thank you for the question, and thank you very much for stepping in at this late notice, Mr. McKinstry. So we are aware of 2 complaints submitted by a member of the public via our online system, which had not been received by the team that manages these. And in this instance, we would advise the complainant and arrange for the complaint to be resubmitted. We're also checking the system to establish whether the complaint was directed elsewhere within the council departments. The process of the Standards Board's complaint is included within council constitution, and as such may require that several stages of assessment are completed and including on occasions an investigation, investigations by an external body, and reports to the Standards Board's committee. And it's right, therefore, that the process is thorough and robust to ensure that any investigation into this complaint is fair and equitable to all parties involved. Therefore, that does mean, understandably, that there are occasions when some complaints cannot be resolved within a 20-day time frame. All complaints are acknowledged upon receipt, and due to the varied routes a complaint to the Standards Board could take, a commitment to give an indication of a timeline would have to be very carefully considered. This simply is because this could result in providing incorrect information, and despite best endeavours, timescales may subsequently have to be adjusted depending on the nature of the investigation.
Thank you, Councillor Dove. That now takes us on to B of Public Issues Statements. A. Bob Lister, Chair of Poole Beach Hut Association, has submitted a public statement on beach huts. He has confirmed he would like his statement read out. so I will call on the Chief Executive to read it out. Chief Executive.
Thank you, Chairman. And for the benefit of councillors, just before I read these 4 statements, I wonder if I could just emphasise, particularly for the first one, the political impartiality of the officers and the fact that the Constitution states that a member of the public may ask for an officer to read out their statement. So the statement from Bob Lister, Chair of Poole Beach Hut Association, is the Beach Hut proposal taxes the beach hut owner and tenants by 2.5 times the rate of inflation for the next year and by as much as 130% over 5 years. This is totally unacceptable. With rising energy, fuel, mortgage and food prices, these proposed increases condemn pensioners and young families to rescind their huts to affluent out-of-towners. Sadly, with local elections a few months away, 8,000 plus beach hut votes will cause the Cabinet to lose some seats. That's the end of the statement.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Statement B. Alan Cook, Chair of Friars Cliff Beach Hut Owners Association, has submitted a public statement on beach huts. He has confirmed he would like his statement read out, so I will call upon the Chief Executive to read it out. Chief Executive.
Thank you, Chairman. The statement from Alan Cook, Chair of Friars Cliff Beach Hut Owners Association, reads as follows. I urge the Council to review the provision of beach huts proposal approved at the recent Cabinet meeting. This proposal unfairly taxes the beach hut owners and tenants by 2.5 times the rate of inflation for the next year and by as much as 130% over 5 years. There is no clear commitment in the proposal for specific projects for improvement of the seafront other than a vague promise of extra funding for maintenance. Please do not underestimate the anger this proposal has engendered in your constituents with this dictatorial plan to extract the maximum income from beach hut owners and tenants. That's the end of the statement.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Darren Pidwell, Chair of Muddyford Sandbank Beach Hut Association, has submitted a public statement on beach huts. He has confirmed he would like his statement read out, so I will ask the Chief Executive to read it out, please.
Thank you, Chairman. So the statement from Darren Pidwell reads as follows. Even though we presented an equitable alternative which would have still delivered the MTFP objectives and allowed both officers and the various beach hut associations to build a detailed harmonisation plan over the course of the next 12 months, this was ignored by Cabinet, and we are now faced with significant above-inflation price increases with the vague promise of improved facilities, details of which have not been established or presented to us. The plan as approved is flawed in its argument, our input has been ignored, and we urge the Council to review again our alternative proposal and to engage meaningfully. That's the end of the statement.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Statement D. Anne Gerard and Debbie Dowsett, Chair and Vice Chair of Bournemouth Beach Hut Association, have submitted a public statement on beach huts. They have confirmed that they would like their statement read out, so I will call upon the Chief Executive to read it out, please.
Thank you, Chairman. The statement from Anne Gerard and Debbie Dowsett reads as follows. We question the business acumen of BCP when it comes to increasing the profitable contributions made by beach hut licence fees in real terms to the council budget. Everyone is facing steep cost of living rises that have severely hit or decimated disposable income of beach hut families who BCP rely on for income. There have been vague suggestions of improvements to seafront services because of the licence fee increases, but these will, if they actually come to fruition, be mainly for the benefit of day trippers who are attracted to boost the local economy. That's the end of the statement.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Statement E. Adam Sofianos has submitted a statement on public participation. Adam Sofianos.
We're good to go?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. 2022 saw increased public interest in and scrutiny of council policies and performance. Subsequently, there were complaints that the way some councillors dealt with the public on social media was inappropriate. Then, during November's meeting, we witnessed extraordinary behaviour here in this chamber. And residents have complained that afterwards they experienced continued personal intimidation on social media. Meanwhile, measures have been proposed which could restrict public participation, which feel anti-democratic. Surely the public has the right to participate and scrutinise without intimidation. Scrutiny is democracy. Any other outcome threatens the reputation of this council and the public's trust in it.
Thank you, Mr. Sofianos. Thank you. Statement F. Ian Redmond has submitted a statement on working live. This was due to be read out by Mrs. Julie Redmond. Is it my understanding that she's left? In which case, then, the Chief Executive has volunteered to read it out. Thank you, Chief Executive.
Thank you, Chairman. So, public statement from Ian Redmond. At the last council meeting, Councillor Broadhead was asked, what tangible value did a bounce back challenge fund grant of £70,000 given to Lime Tools Limited deliver? Councillor Broadhead failed to identify any value or benefit. He also said, open quotes, recent independent analysis had been highly positive, close quotes, but when asked could not provide any evidence to back up this statement. Working Live was one of 14 grants awarded against Dorset Growth Hub advice. It looks like all 14 failed to help the economy bounce back, almost £0.5 million wasted. Check workinglive.co.uk and judge for yourself. That's the end of the statement.
Thank you, Chief Executive. And public issues C, petitions. There have been no petitions received for this meeting. Which takes us on to agenda item 6, recommendations from Cabinet and other committees. It's proposed that items 6A and 6B be taken together. Thank you, Councillor Mellor. Your pre-declared interest, absenting yourself from the vote. So item 6A, Cabinet 23rd of November 2022, minute number 79, Finance Strategy Update. And item 6B, which is Cabinet 14th of December 2022, minute number 90, 2022-23, Budget Monitoring and Financial Strategy Updates. I have proposers and seconders here for both, so I call for 6A, Councillor Phil Broadhead. I understand you want to move the recommendations, then for Councillor Nicola Green to second the move. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And indeed, councillors should have had an amendment on this, which I'll mention at the end of my introduction, if that's all right, which I have accepted, therefore becoming the substantive. Colleagues will be aware that the items that we're discussing and agreeing tonight are part of the regular finance updates that we've been providing to colleagues. As we all know, both businesses, residents and indeed councils are facing significant pressures because of the cost of living and inflationary environment, to the tune of about £55 million to this council alone over 2 years. And that's been a real effort for the council to get ahead of, and yet I'm really pleased with the progress that we've made on that, such that in terms of our revenue budget, as colleagues will recall, we're now in a surplus position for both this year and next year, which gives us some really tangible options around the budget, which we'll be putting forward to the council in only a month's time. However, we've still got the capital budget to agree, and in particular we've got the flexible use of capital receipt regulation and flexibilities by the government, which enable us to fund transformation. And that's what the main vote here is about. A bit of history, colleagues will recall. I think we've got cross-party agreement that the transformation, the council improvement programme is a cross-party agreed principle. We have, however, differed on how to pay for the upfront costs of transformation. The previous administration were paying for the substantive part of those upfront costs by selling assets and using reserves. This administration didn't want to do that. As we've explained previously, we had explored and had high-level political agreement with the government of the time to move forward with a way of funding that upfront cost without selling our assets. That was the beach hut securitisation, and that was the assumption in last year's approved budget. But again, as we've explored, the changes in ministers and directions over the summer meant that that is no longer possible, which again is disappointing, but was something we've got to react to. However, the change in government rules on that did also come with a minded-to decision to approve a capitalisation direction for this year, so giving us an option, if we wanted to meet this year's capital costs for transformation by a capital direction if we couldn't find another way. However, that we do have other options, and there are two reasons for wishing to try and avoid the capitalisation direction. Firstly, the yearly cost to the Council of accepting a capitalisation direction is far greater than the income from the assets which we are looking within this proposal to dispose of. And secondly, accepting a capitalisation direction means that we would have to raise council tax by the maximum amount. We've yet to do our budget, we've yet to have our cross-party budget cafe on that, and I would suggest it would be better for us to make the decision on council tax into the future. So that's the proposals we've got in front of us today, a number of different options, but in particular one about a couple of non-strategic disposals, things which are industrial in nature, things which we know that the market is a strong market for, and we've already had significant interest. For clarity for members, we're not allowed to dispose of things below market value. We're prevented to do so. So the agreement tonight would only be to dispose of these non-strategic industrial assets above market value. It helps us to avoid a capitalisation direction and therefore enables us both to not have to raise council tax if we don't want to, and also is a better financial position on a year-on-year basis than getting a capitalisation direction, which would be the result of that. I appreciate I've run out of time. If I could just have one, if you could indulge me, about the amendments that we've had, which normally I do separately. We have had some amendments which now form part of the substantive, which I'm really happy to agree, and I'm really grateful to a number of colleagues from other parties for working together on this. The first of which is to ensure the open nature of those bids that come in for some of those assets, and to make sure that that's done opening of the sealed bids in the presence of the monitoring officer and group leaders. And the second, which I'm also prepared to accept, is to establish a cross-party councillor working group to review the capital disposal strategy for next year. Chairman, we've had to act very quickly with the government's change in rules to make sure that we've got the ability to avoid the capitalisation direction this year. We've got options for the future. I absolutely think that we need a system in place to work cross-party to ensure that any options for capital disposals for next year and beyond are done in an open way with the time and effort to be able to do it in a cross-party way. And I'd like to thank Councillor Barron for putting those proposals forward, which I'm happy to accept and form part of the substantive. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. And Councillor Nicola Green, I understand you wish to second.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to formally second that and reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. And item 6B, Councillor Broadhead, I understand that you wish to move those recommendations as well. And for Councillor Nicola Green to second those, yes, as we're covering both together. And then I'll return to, yeah. Yes, I know. 1 second. This was the decision to lump the two together. No, it's okay.
Apologies, Chairman, it's actually on the next page and I completely got lost.
Thank you.
The second recommendation, again linked to the financial decision, so I was wrapping them all in one, is for Council to agree the acceptance of the General Fund Revenue Grant for Adult Social Care as set out in the report as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Green, I understand you wish to second.
Yes, thank you.
I'm so sorry. As we have an amendment that you've all seen, I hope, for item 6A, can I seek full Council's agreement? Sorry? I can't see a hand. Oh, Councillor Butler. Sorry, and then Councillor Andrews. I'm sorry, Councillor Slade first. I do apologise. So sorry. Yes.
I had understood that if there was an amendment that was accepted immediately by the proposer, it became the substantive.
Yes.
I think I said about 5 times. So
yes.
We wouldn't need to then have a vote on that, and I'm sure the monitoring officer can complain.
Precise.
So, Chairman, I advised you before the meeting.
No, they can't hear you. You have to link right into it.
It's working now. I advised you before the meeting, Chairman, that until you have had the assent of the meeting to accept the amendment, not to accept it as voted on, but to take it into debate, It doesn't automatically become the substantive motion, no.
So it's accepted. Thank you. Right, those members who had their hands up, Councillor Slade, I think.
Thank you, Chair. It is a very brief thing, and I apologise if this feels pedantic, but I'm wondering whether the Deputy Leader might be willing to make a tiny amendment on item D. In view of the Leader's conflict of interest which he's declared, for purposes of transparency, it doesn't feel right that he has the opportunity to have the decision delegated to him about the sale. So I wonder whether that could actually be, whether the Leader could be removed from that, or that it's the Leader and Deputy Leader. Otherwise, it just feels like he's not able to do this, but he can actually delegate the decision to sell. That I just wonder if we remove. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Slade.
I realise it's in the gift of the Deputy Leader to accept or not, but I just would like it noted. That's all.
Could you offer an indication?
I can, and normally we wouldn't, but I appreciate the spirit in which this is intended. We had some discussion over this. What we are talking about, and again, I forgot to mention in the opening, we need to be extremely careful as a council to try and be what we're talking about remains above the line. If there are any even verging on details, and that includes casting aspersions on asset sales and things like that as well, which could put the council at risk, we will need to go into confidential session. The advice that we had is because there are a number of asset sales, that's the reason why we had the Leader or Deputy Leader as appropriate. So if, for instance, there was a situation where there was a conflict with either myself or the Leader, then that consultation would happen with me rather than him, or vice versa. So that's why there is the or in there, if that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Councillor Slade.
Sorry, can I just come back? The Deputy Leader just commented about whether there may be a conflict with either him or the Leader. Can I just seek clarification that the Deputy Leader does not have any conflicts on any of the sales? And just for clarity, my understanding is that the locations are already in the public domain, and so actually mention of any locations, it would not be taking us below the line, but mentions of details around valuations, etc. might be. I just wouldn't want the meeting to not be allowed to make reference to locations when we've already discovered them to be in the public domain. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Slade. Apparently, according to the Chief Executive, that is the advice that you have given. Yes.
In terms of names of the sites.
Yes. Thank you. Okay.
Jim, I just need to...
So can I now put this to the body of the council? Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't know if I'm the only one confused on this. Are we voting on agenda item 6A and agenda item 6B, or just agenda item 6A, which has parts?
There will be two separate votes, Councillor Butler, but the debate will cover both sections.
On 6A?
Yeah, and the amendment.
Okay.
Yes, and B, yes.
Just to let you know, it hasn't come through on my email for the amendment for some reason. It happened last time as well.
Okay. It'll be sent to you within moments. Councillor Andrews, I think you indicated next, and then I see Councillor Bartlett.
Chairman. Obviously, the members of the council have had the benefit, except one, of seeing the amendment. The members of the public listening in, up in the public gallery, they can't see, but they can hear, don't have the text of the amendment. I think it would be very useful, I know it will take up a couple of minutes of some valuable time, for the amended...
Councillor Andrews, sorry to interrupt you, but would it help if the monitoring officer actually read it out now?
Yes. That's
we
what
would
I was
be
getting
prepared
to
do
read
that
it out.
for you.
It should be
yes.
read out.
Yes, please. Thank you. Ms. Size?
I'm just waiting for one of my colleagues to send it to me. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Would Councillor Broadhead? Oh,
I'm more than prepared to read it out.
Please, if you would,
It's a very
Councillor
valid
Broadhead.
point that Councillor Andrews makes to ensure that everybody knows what they're voting on. 6A, to read the full recommendation as amended, is that the Council approves the disposal of the non-strategic asset sales as set out in confidential Appendix A, subject to achieving the estimated sales values for each lot, with the decision delegated to the Director of Finance in consultation with the Leader or Deputy Leader of the Council as appropriate. For clarity, I have no declarations of interest in there. I was just using the point to say that's why it was or. A new point recommended by Councillor Steve Barron and I've accepted is that agrees that in respect to the properties listed as A, B and C in the confidential Appendix A in this report, that the sales of these properties proceed by the way of sealed bids to be opened in the presence of the monitoring officer and observed by group leaders. Also, new amendment to approve the establishment of a cross-party councillor working group to review the Council's capital disposal strategy for 22-24, with the initial item of business to review the current process for capital disposal with a view to strengthening public trust and transparency in the process, and then finally to approve the pooled budget arrangements in relation to section 117 aftercare as set out in Appendix B. They're the full as amended recommendations which we've accepted, and thank you, Councillor Andrews, for prompting that.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. So can I now seek full Council's agreement to accept the amendment? Could you please indicate? So much. So I open this up to debate. I think, Councillor Bartlett, I think you did indicate you had something to wish to speak.
Thank you, Chair. In danger of embarrassing myself, I'm not clear on actually what we're voting for here, because on the agenda it says it is recommended that the Council at paragraph D, and then we have the recommendation or being asked to approve. And there's a note under paragraph 6E, agenda item 6E, says note resolutions A, B and C were resolved matters by the Cabinet. So if they've been resolved, you know, we're talking about a paragraph that's already been agreed, and it's only this the two items D and E on this agenda that we're being asked to vote on. So I'm sorry if I'm being a bit thick here, but if you could just clarify that for me, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett. I'm sure someone will volunteer to do that for you at this point. Ms. Sice.
Councillor Bartlett, you are correct that in item 6A there were two matters outstanding for Council to agree on, but Councillor Broadhead has now just proposed an amendment which adds two further subsections to those two D and E, so we now have D, E, F and G.
Thank you. Understood.
Thank you. So, members, we've opened up to debate. Councillor Hadley, please.
Thank you, Chair. I have no particular issue with item 5 of 6A, the pooled budgets for mental health, nor with item 8 of 6B, the accepting the ASC grant. It's fascinating that the Deputy Leader repeats the often suggested issue that we were the ones selling assets, the fire sale that the Leader kept repeating and banging on about at great length about how irresponsible the Unity Alliance were in considering selling the redundant civic centre spaces in Christchurch and Poole. It was a fire sale that we hadn't committed to. We were exploring our options. And under the Tories, they said this would not happen. Well, because of the merger, which was a Conservative invention, these buildings are now non-strategic for us to hold and have lain wastefully empty. 3 of the 4 assets that are being proposed to be sold off here are industrial estates. I was Poole Council when one of them was purchased, and it was specifically bought to try and cushion and offset the increases to local council taxes from the National Tory austerity programme, where they robbed out the central grants to the local authorities to finance their rich mates. This was not a pure financial play, but also intended to keep the industrial capacity close to the town, with potential to support in the future the 15-minute neighbourhood idea to reduce the need to travel longer distances to work. The Leader has, in 2 short years, beggared the finances of this council. He has robbed the reserves down to a very low level with recent small additions. He has increased the debt ceiling 4-fold and has committed public funds to servicing borrowing to schemes without a clear business case that were really for other organisations to fund. His brainchild, advised by KPMG, was selling the future income from beach huts, which was described as a dodgy deal by the Minister. Once that fell apart, he's pushed through a significant increase in the costs for families to rent a beach hut. And as we've heard tonight from a lot of the residents, they're really unhappy with that. And he's made a choice to freeze council tax. But to do that, he's had to denude services across the council of the ability to spend money in recent months and to progress the schemes in this financial year in order that he can show a surplus. He's pinched from the past, he's raided the present, and he's put the future councils into a far less financially resilient place. We shouldn't be surprised. That's what venture capitalists do. But having precipitated this fire sale to a very tight timescale, likely to deliver poor value for the taxpayer, it seems he now stands to personally gain from the sales. He's assured us tonight that he won't do that, but of course he is not the director, it's his wife that's the director. Without reasonable explanation, that industrial site has been divided into separate lots and offered to the tenants, whereas the others have not. This seems to me to be shameful behaviour, and I don't think it should be allowed to prevail. I will not be voting for this fire sale. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley.
Mr. Chairman, I apologise in advance that I don't have the point of order, but I feel that the allegation that's come from Councillor Hadley there is entirely inappropriate, and I look to your ruling on that.
I have to say I did pick up on that as well. Have you got a response for that, Councillor Hadley, please? Is there a particular point you'd like to perhaps
I'm sorry, I'm not aware of the particular point that was being raised.
Sorry?
There was no point of order that was being raised, Chair, but I'm not sure what wording was a problem.
Okay, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am against the fire sale of the assets. It's Plan B. This is being suggested after Plan A, the beach hut sale, was deemed dodgy. There is Plan C, the government loan, that we can take and is still available. The current leadership of this hung council don't want all the scrutiny that comes with the loan. Why not? What is there to hide? The millions that have disappeared into the black hole that is future places, or things like the rash bid for Barclays House or the failed Freeport application. We have the list of fire sale assets revealed and reported. They are not a secret. 3 are income-producing industrial investments, 1 is a residential site. But why these? Well, the criteria wasn't buildings at surplus following coming together the 3 previous councils. It wasn't a site that was vacant and not needed. It wasn't an investment underperforming. No. What was it? Well, what adds up to £20 million and can be sold quick? A fire sale. Let's examine the 3 industrial sites. There was no presentation really, overview and scrutiny. The information was sparse. Even the wrong address was given on one. Wessex Trade Centre off Old Wareham Road was bought by Poole Council in 2017 for £9.96 million.
Councillor Andrews.
Point of order, and I'll seek clarity from the monitoring officer and the chief exec on this. It feels like my councillor colleague is about to go into very significant detail on assets that we may be wishing to look to purchase, which could affect the ability of the local authority to achieve best price with some of the verbiage it is coming out with. I think if we want an exposition on the individual assets, as suggested, we should go below the line. But I'd seek clarity from the recommendation from the chief exec and the monitoring officer on that.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. I'll ask the monitoring officer.
Sorry, Chair.
Chief Executive.
Chair. Please excuse me, but you were very clear earlier that when somebody has a point of order, they have to say what the point of order is. And there have now been 2 points of order from the other side who've said, I'm really sorry, I don't know what the point of order is. But he's been allowed to make a great long speech when we've already said we can do the addresses because they're in the public domain.
Councillor Broadhead's concern was about going into...
But he hasn't given you the point of order, and we've been told on many occasions we have to do that. No, it's not the same thing, because I'm not making a point of order.
Through the chair. Thank you, Councillor Slate. Can I ask for the monitoring officer to rule on the concerns that we may be going below the line in public?
I think if Councillor Andrews can assure us he's not going to disclose anything of a confidential nature, we'll see, Chairman, with your permission, how the debate goes from here, but reserve the right to pause at a later stage should it cross that threshold. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Ice. Could you continue, Councillor Andrews, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hopefully you stopped the clock and my 3 minutes haven't elapsed.
Of course.
Right. So I think I got as far as saying that Poole Council bought it for £9.96 million. That is in the public domain. If you just go onto the land registry, it's not difficult. Okay, we've got the addresses. So if you just go around the town, you can see the properties. That was built in the 1980s. Yeah, obviously a loan must still exist on that. So we're going to have a substantial loss of income. If it's sold, we're going to have to pay off the loan. It's a good investment. I do know it. It's something which should be kept. Then there's Airfield Road in Christchurch. That was obviously, people know about that. It's over there in Christchurch. You've got about 20 odd sites there that are going to be sold off. They're on ground leases. Local businesses are there. They've been there for obviously 50 odd years. The problem is that because it's going to be a rushed sale, we've got to get it completed by the end of March, the individual tenants who are the obvious buyers won't have the time to buy in. They are the obvious people who should be paying more than the market value because they can merge it with their lease.
I am concerned that you're getting into an awful lot of detail. Could you be speculating on prospective buyers?
Well,
could you?
It's useful detail for the members to make up their minds as to whether they want to sell these properties because sparse information has been presented.
If that's the case, then we would go to exempt session. How do you wish to progress, Councillor Andrews?
Well, I will stick to things which are, in my view, in the public domain. The properties at Christchurch are due to be sold by a public auction. I think it's going to be difficult for the...
Councillor Andrews, I have to stop you. Sorry.
Chairman, can I just comment? I do apologise for interrupting, but any discussion of any factor that could affect the valuation of these properties, in our view, should be held below the line. That's the advice that we've given. The names of the sites are on public record, but any discussion that could affect the valuation, I would advise the councillors to hold in private and confidential session, because if you as a council do agree to sell the sites, and you have made any statements that affect the valuation, then that could affect the viability of the sale and the income to the council. So my advice is we have provision to go into private and confidential session, particularly to maintain the valuation. I would advise any councillor against making statements that could directly affect that valuation in a public setting.
This is a position, I think, where I have to ask full council, do we need to move into private session? So, Appendix A and Reg. Okay, please note, Appendix A attached to the report is exempt, and therefore, if any member wishes to comment, discuss this confidential appendix, then the press and the public will need to be excluded. That under section 100, brackets A, bracket 4 of the Local Government Act 1972, the public be excluded from the meeting for the following item of business on the grounds that it involves the likely disclosure of exempt information as defined in paragraph 3 in part 1 of schedule 12A of the Act, and that the public interest in withholding the information outweighs such interest in disclosing the information. So we can put that to a vote now to move into private session. Could members please indicate clearly they wish to move into private session? Those in favour?
Sorry, I need hands to go a little higher as well.
Hands higher, please.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Those against?
Yeah, that's lost. That can council repeat my warning.
So that's lost. That's lost.
Yep.
So, will you repeat the warning?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Just in terms of due process, then can I just warn councillors or ask councillors not to go into any confidential items that could affect the valuation of the property, which would include specific characteristics of the property itself. we can only issue that information and ask councillors to abide by it. Thank you.
Councillor Farquhar.
Thank you very much, Chair. Because I believe that was a very important vote, I'd like my vote recorded for the matters of the minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Farquhar. Councillor Andrews.
Yeah, the clock hopefully was stopped. I'll do my last 30 seconds. A couple of final points to make. Willis Way, that is in the public domain, so I can mention that. Also the fact that the sale of that was widely reported in the local newspaper last year, so we know that it was due to be sold last year, but the leader made a U-turn and said it wasn't going to be sold. Obviously, another U-turn's been made, it is due to be sold. Okay, that's in the public domain already. We'll see what happens there. I don't support the fire sale. The industrial sites have great potential. Asset management leading to increased rental and capital appreciation should be pursued, not sales. So I will not be voting for the sale. Take the loan.
Thank you, Councillor Andrews. Councillor Hilliard indicating, then Councillor Martin. Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. A major worry we often hear as we take time to discuss issues and concerns with our residents and businesses is the lack of background and thought in decision making. No proper and appropriate member and resident engagement. What we have before us this evening is another poorly thought out and rushed proposal. That did not need to be this way, as it should have been part of transformation. Everyone is aware that the key objective of the local government reorganisation was to save money and free up capital by selling peripheral properties owned by the former borough councils of Christchurch, Poole and Bournemouth. That is what most commercial mergers achieve. Christchurch Town Council has made realistic and fair offers to purchase the Waitrose car park in order to preserve its use and ensure the viability of the superstore. They have also made initial approaches on a high street building beside Christchurch Library that has been vacant for at least 3 years so that the council can use it for offices and meeting space. Both these approaches have been rejected with no explanation. These could have been sold immediately, retained community value and not had any significant impact on revenue. There must be many, many other unused properties across Bournemouth, Poole and Christchurch which could be sold like this. This report should have included a complete and thorough asset register of all council-owned properties. Then a detailed analysis could clearly explain which properties identified for sale based upon evaluation of best use of asset, revenue generation, community value, etc. The amendment which is now proposed is now covering this, but it's too late. A couple of basic questions for the proposer, please. Have the current tenants of the earmarked premises been offered the opportunity to buy before auction? Who provided the independent valuations?
Councillor Hilliard, could I just ask you to pause slightly briefly? Sorry. Ms Sice.
Councillor Hilliard, I don't think it's appropriate for us in open session to discuss whether or not tenants have been given notice and so on, because that would clearly affect any future sale.
All right. And is it unlikely that the capital from these sales will be received by the deadline of 31st of March 2023? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hilliard. Martin, I think you were next to indicate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Forgive me, I wrote my notes assuming we would be in exempt, so I'm just going to navigate my way through it so I don't get out of line. I want to talk about the implications of the fire sale, but with some recent context in terms of this administration's performance. Paragraph 26 of the report reminds us of the Council's duty to its taxpayers to be prudent in the administration of funds it holds on their behalf. The details of the Beach Hut budget, the pursuit of Berkeley's House, the £11 million loan to future places have all been aired this evening and previously, but obviously not thanks to the administration whose financial management or mismanagement has been mired in obfuscation. On top of those issues I just mentioned, I just want to add one more that I don't think most people will be aware of, although the portfolio holder for tourism and the deputy leader will be aware of it, and that's the Bayside Marquee, which traded for just 4 weeks in August and has lost the council an estimated £195,000, which I find absolutely astonishing for a 4-week venture. And the business case for this was, well, there wasn't a business case for it. I mention that because I just wanted to put a bit of context behind the fire sale, basically. And I note from the report that the fire sale might not actually be able to deliver in time because it's so close to the wire. Selling these assets now to fill a black hole means that in future years there will be a considerable, and I'm not going to mention the figure, a considerable shortfall in revenue because of the income from those assets under potential sale. If you want to sell something, then sell something that's sitting there doing nothing, and I think my colleague Councillor Phipps might be mentioning that a little bit later on. There's one not very far from Airfield Way that could be ideal for raising a decent bit of revenue. Sales like this should only be carefully considered, fully thought out and properly consulted on, and this hasn't been the case. I can't support that, nor can I support the recommendation to approve the disposal of non-strategic assets with the decision delegated to the leader or the deputy leader and the chief finance officer. This is wholly unacceptable. The leader has proved that he cannot be trusted with public money, and again, he has a massive conflict of interest. And actually, I don't think the deputy leader has covered himself in glory either with the bounce back grant, overseeing the bounce back grant, and his, shall we say, interest in vanity projects, which are not good value for the taxpayer.
The degree of deviation, Councillor Martin.
Well, there might be, but okay, I'm just wrapping up, if I may. None of this fire sale has anything to do with sound finances. It has to do with the administration trying to save its own skin, and I think this is short-term political gain for you and long-term disaster for the council. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Cox, I think you indicated in the order that I have written down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Anybody who listens to Cabinet when they're talking about the finances of BCP would believe you that we're suddenly back into surpluses and we suddenly run a sound financial ship. Well, anybody who actually believes that, I'm afraid, is a fool. In an organisation which charges residents for providing services, any idiot can provide a surplus if it stops providing a decent service. And BCP have stopped providing decent services. An appalling planning service not dealing with the basic issues, libraries postponing book purchases, staff harmonisation deferred, vacancies gone unfilled. The Conservative administration appear to be employing a scorched earth tactic for its successor. The more they know they're going to lose in May, then the worse the mess they're going to leave BCP in. We're being asked to approve the sale of assets to get this failed administration out of a financial hole of its own making. Unlike the leader who is too busy basking in Barbados to ensure the record of his pecuniary interests is up to date, and they're not, I have no particular interest, personal interest, in whether we buy or sell, or whether we keep or sell these properties. I do, however, have an interest in whether we're getting best value for them. Selling them now, under these circumstances, smacks of a desperate fire sale to avoid the increased government scrutiny which will come from taking the emergency loan. Or is it actually a fire sale? Is it, in fact, actually just complying with Paul Scully's letter, which states that BCP must do everything it can to avoid having to take these loans in the first place? So I want the question answered, is this a fire sale or is it a forced sale? Because it's actually increasingly looked like a forced sale and not a fire sale. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Councillor Iyengar, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I've got 3 points to mention, please. One of them just about above the line, below the line. I do wholeheartedly support the sort of the call to order from everybody, because such a rule is there for a very important reason. And I think, much as there is maybe a keenness to get into a detail, I fully agree with the view that sort of any straying into that absolutely compromises our taxpayers' funds, frankly. So I absolutely agree with that. The main thing, though, I want to challenge here is that in the leader's absence, the deputy leader made a couple of really sort of, almost seismic points. One was that to take the capitalisation direction money would in effect guarantee, my word, not his word, would in effect guarantee that the maximum council tax increase would need to be levied from fiscal 23-24. Unless I miss it in my papers, I've never heard the point made like that. And if it is the first time it's come out, that is seismic to land that in the chamber now. And I certainly would like, I need some clarity on this because, to my knowledge, it's not come up in 2 scrutiny meetings and it's not in the papers, the juxtapose of those points together. It also begs the question, if we do take the CD money, will it make any difference to the council tax increase that needs to be levied in April? This is a huge thing we need clarity about if we're to make important decisions here. The second point that was made was that apparently the rental income that the council gets from these properties to be sold, that rental income then potentially lost, is less than the interest that the council would pay on a loan under capitalisation direction. Now, again, unless I missed it in my papers, I didn't know that. I wonder who else of us knew that, because that's a material fact in assessing this particular move. You know, I've been on the scrutiny twice in this, and I think it's at least twice, and sometimes the way these things are emerging isn't helping a calm, collected, informed debate of the seriousness that needs to happen on this subject. Can I just finish with a question, please, and we'll see how it's taken. What will happen if this proposal tonight is not passed? Because I'm thinking, and I'm listening carefully to all the points being made tonight, and I'm wondering, okay, we know the arguments in favour of doing it, I think, but pragmatically, what will happen? What's our statement, please, from Cabinet, from the Deputy Leader, to residents out there? If this doesn't happen, what practically will happen for the Council? Let's look at that and then let's decide in an informed way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Iyengar. Councillor Howell, I think you indicated next, please.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, there was a lot of confusion when around about when Councillor Hadley was speaking, some discussion from the other side, and I think something got lost there, so I'd just like to repeat it. I do think it's really important for us to understand, be told tonight, why the Airfield Park sale is being split up into different lots, and the Wessex Trade Centre is not. So I'd very much appreciate if the Deputy Leader could tell us that this evening. A bit of history about arrogance, really, arrogance of the leader who's not here. This started with the beach huts proposal. Very early on in that beach huts proposal process, the council, the administration was informed by government that they were unhappy with that proposal, yet it took 6 months for the administration to get itself into a state where it's going to consider different options. It then, that showed arrogance. Then it assumed that the government was going to give the council £76 million because that was the initial amount of loan funding, emergency loan funding, that was proposed to be applied for. And then they got knocked back into the current situation where the government said you can have £20 million this year with conditions and you might get some in the future. And it's those conditions that, there's not enough clarity there, as previous speakers have said, as to what that actually means. Because it seems to me that again, other points raised tonight in terms of being forced into a situation where we sell too quickly, it's almost certain that we're better off taking a loan if we can get it than even at the 1% extra that we would pay rather than sell assets which are good quality assets potentially at an undervalue. And finally, I'd just like to say, we are selling assets that we have, that we know are performing well and are doing a good job for the council, when we have lots of other assets which we don't know how to use properly, and people out there in the private sector could be able to use better. And therefore, that, to me, would seem to be a much better way of releasing value while protecting the council's finances moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howe. Councillor Phipps, I think you were the next to indicate.
Thank you, Chairman. So I would like to know what is the governance process as to how these assets for sale were actually chosen? What was the basis of evaluation? Who compiled the list? Who made the decisions on what was to be sold? There doesn't seem to have been any transparency here at all. I don't think anybody was even asked, and there are a lot of assets across this council. I ask as well because in Christchurch, the sale of the Airfield Way site does seem to me to be somewhat strange. As I recall, the point, or the alleged point, of local government reorganisation was to save money by selling off redundant council offices. That was one of the things we were certainly told in Christchurch was one of the reasons, so that some money could be made and we could all end up in one building, which is basically what we're doing at the moment. So Christchurch Civic Centre sits there vacant, costing money, while Airfield brings in an annual income. Also, in retaining the civic offices for redevelopment, the council has so far spent 8 million, I believe, is supporting future places, and the company has not yet produced one single business case for any development yet, whilst paying its staff overinflated salaries and still recruiting. Something's just not quite right. So we're going to sell off some industrial units across the piece, as it happens, as well as Airfield, that are actually earning money, but we're retaining the civic offices in Christchurch, which cost money and could be sold off instead. So I'm not too sure why that's happening. So I do have to question the governance of this process, and also the lack of transparency for councillors as to the process of this asset sale. So just going back to the civic offices, even if Future Place's business plan for it fails when we eventually see it, we'll still be paying to keep the building and still paying the Future Place's salaries staff. It doesn't seem quite right to me. I did also notice the issue that's just been raised by Councillor Iyengar, the Deputy Leader's comments about the potential maximum increase in council tax if we take this loan from the government. And I also wondered, that was one of the things I just noticed, why are we being told this now? It just brings me back to the governance of all of this and the transparency of it. So to repeat, when summing up, I would be very grateful if you can tell me what the process has been as to how these assets for sale were actually chosen. What was the basis of their evaluation? Who compiled the list? Where did it come from? And how was the decision made? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Phipps. Councillor Stribley, I think some time ago, but I think you indicated.
Thank you, Chairman. The debate is interesting so far, and it has raised, I think, a lot more questions that need to be answered. So it might well be that I will change my mind and think we should go into confidential if this debate continues much longer. But for me, I'm really sorry to say the proposals smack of asset stripping. Cash in and run. The current income from these sites contributes greatly to the council's revenue income. That would stop immediately for all time. A capital asset, certainly in land and property terms, continues to grow as you hold it. So once you've sold it, you've not only lost your capital, because that's soon spent, you've lost the income that runs with it. I'm concerned, very concerned, to hear it said, oh, and this has all got to be sorted out before the end of March. Well, I've recently been negotiating a lease And I thought that would take a few weeks. Literally takes months and months. And I believe a sale should not be hurried. If it were considered a good idea to sell these assets, then I would support them with valid reasons behind, but I would want to be certain they would be properly marketed and couldn't or shouldn't, and I can't see how they could possibly make a deadline by the end of March. The council would be losing huge amounts of money, and we hold that money not for us but in trust to be able to give the residents of the whole conurbation the best possible services we can. And holding those capital assets generally means we keep the council tax lower, because if we didn't have them, each year we would have to raise every penny from our residents. I believe we will never be forgiven for selling our capital assets to meet short-term need for revenue. We shouldn't be in this place, and I would certainly need a lot more information and a much deeper debate before I could support this proposal.
Thank you, Councillor Stribley. Councillor Brown, I think you indicated next.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to start off in the introduction speech. I'd like to thank Councillor Broadhead for highlighting the prudent financial management of the previous Unity Alliance administration in his introductory remarks, when he said that Unity Alliance administration was going to sell assets and use reserves. Yep, it's caught us bang to rights. The Unity Alliance had prudently set aside funds in a reserve so that the transformation programme could be funded and could progress and deliver the savings that were needed. You're quite right, we did set funds aside for that. Instead, this Conservative administration raided those earmarked funds, part of the £93 million of reserves that they've drawn on since coming to power, to spend on their own vanity schemes. And now, as it says in the report, and I quote, they've left the council with a significant funding shortfall in respect of its approved £68 million transformation programme. We've had this Conservative administration flailing around with firstly Plan A, the failed dodgy deal with the beach huts, then Plan B, £20 million emergency bailout from government, and now this Plan C, the fire sale of assets. It's not in the interests of BCP taxpayers to rush this fire sale through by the end of March. How much time and money has this council wasted this year as this administration panics over how to fund transformation when funds were already left there by the previous Unity Alliance administration have been squandered by this Conservative administration? I've got two questions I'd like answered. Firstly, and I'll make sure I don't go below the line, but we all know Wessex Trade Industrial Centre is one of those properties, which was purchased by Borough of Poole using debt. The report notes that much of this debt is still outstanding. If this asset is sold in this fire sale, will this debt be paid off? And if not, for how many more years will BCP council taxpayers be paying off a loan for an asset that the council no longer have? And another question, just around the overall budget and the beach huts, as we heard from many commentators earlier. The planned 2.5 times inflation increase in beach hut licence fees, or 130% over 5 years, will any more of these increased rents, which are being plundered from local beach hut tenants, be used to improve the state of disrepair of many of the huts? Or is this administration just interested in sweating the assets and not actually maintaining them?
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Fear, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a bit disappointed, really, this evening, Chair, with the way of the soundbite debate. Obviously, they'll be orchestrated, packed neatly, sent to a local paper, presented as such, without the usual facts that the Deputy Leader put out at the start of this debate. But I think we've got a big glowing hole here, really. There's two big facts. First of all, these are these assets that we are looking at selling are non-strategic. So we have one point there where we have the Unity Alliance that we're going to sell historic buildings across BCP that had a lot of identity to the local areas. So there was not a lot of thought being put into that. And secondly, I think I would like the residents of Bournemouth, Poole and Christchurch to know that we now have a situation where we can completely see the difference between all the parties on one side and the Conservatives on this side, which is we do not want to raise council tax if we go for this if we go for this loan. And that's what seems to be happening. And we're actually having members on the opposition right now say we should go for it, without listening to the details from the Deputy Leader, from other members, or reading potentially the papers themselves. We've already worked across parties with amendments, which I think have been really healthy earlier, but I'm just gobsmacked that we are in a situation where residents that I represent are now just going to be thrown to the wolves, possibly after May the 5th, if things go to the worst possible solution, and taxes will go up even further year upon year. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm very disappointed in this. I will be supporting this because we actually have a plan going forward, not only to this budget, but budgets coming forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fear. Councillor Mike Green, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Apologies if I go a bit all over the place, because I was going to say something, and now actually after hearing quite a lot, I'm changing it around. And one of the main ones that I'd like to, that I'm changing because of, is from what we've heard from Councillor Iyengar, who asked the very, very important questions, which is what will happen if we do not go for this, if we do not accept this. And the answer is very simple. We will go instead for the capitalisation direction. What does the capitalisation direction mean? Well, fundamentally, it means that the government will be providing that money that is required for transformation instead of, as we always assumed, using our own assets or borrowing in a different way. That has always been the case, and it comes with very strict requirements. I have never seen a capitalisation direction where one of the requirements is not that the authority will impose the maximum council tax rise available. So we can absolutely be assured that if any one of us chooses to reject this, we are effectively saying that we will put ourselves in that straitjacket, and we are prepared, with no further discussion, to be going for the maximum rise in council tax available. The second point that I would like to bring up, and it comes particularly from Councillor Stribley, who talks about us stripping assets for revenue. Absolutely not. What this is doing is it's finding a way of funding the transformation programme, which is now likely to save us about £50 million a year. And that is where, when we move into what the alternative is, and again, thanks to Councillor Iyengar, but particularly to Councillor Howell, who said that he would almost certainly be better off getting a loan, even with the extra 1%. Now, I'm not going to go into any of the confidential papers, but I would ask other people to do so. That extra 1% above the PWL means that we are talking at 5.93%. So the answer is very clear to members. If you look into your confidential paper confidential paper A, if you find that the yield on those assets is above 5.93%, then yes, it will cost us. Yes, we were better off going for that loan. If, on the other hand, you see in that confidential annex that the yield on those assets is lower than 5.93%, then to go with the capitalisation direction will straight away have a hit on our MTFP. It will straight away have cuts that are resultant in that decision. So everyone here needs to make their decision. What are they going to do? Are they going to go with a very sensible sale? And it's not a fire sale. Look at the yields that are there. Look at what the assets are. Look at the fact that they are non-strategic. Look at the fact that other people, and it really is quite laughable how many people are saying, the same people are saying, whatever you do, don't borrow anymore. We've been hearing that in so many meetings, and now saying, oh, but what we really want you to do is to borrow more. This is the same as the plan that was there, but at a lower level and better focused. So that is what you will be voting for.
3 minutes, Councillor Green.
Thank you very much. I'll just finish then by saying, if you vote against this, you are voting for a maximum council tax rise, and you are voting for immediate cuts because of the difference in interest rate.
Councillor Green.
And I will ask you to think of that and to discuss that with your residents.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Brooke.
Fine, thank you, Chair. Well, it's déjà vu, isn't it? Or here we go again. There are so many risks in the 23-24 budget that is being proposed and sent to government, the draft budget, that they're very, very little different from what we had in the 22-23 budget. Risk after risk after risk. And what we're seeing here with this fire sale, or whatever you want to call it, forced sale, are risks that it will not be achieved by March this year. We cannot keep on going on building our house on sand, because that's exactly what we're doing with risk after risk. There is absolutely no guarantee that that draft budget, as being presented to the government so far, while it balances, can actually be delivered because of those risks. And any one of those will put us in the quicksand yet again, just like the beach huts has done. But there is another point, and it's rather disingenuous to suggest that this sale, if we do not do it, we will raise the council tax to the maximum. As I understand it, and I hope the finance officer will correct me if I'm wrong, or support me if I'm right, that the draft budget as outlined and sent to the government was based upon the maximum council tax anyway, and therefore this is in a way an irrelevant and disingenuous statement. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I understood that that was the case. I have one other point, and this is a process point rather than to do with the risks and everything associated with these budgets. You're asking us to vote on this and two other items together, or even if it's just this one and G, I think it is, the mental health one. That really is very, very unfair, because those of us who want to vote against this one, D, are being forced to vote for it because we want to support...
They will be separate votes.
They will be separate votes.
They will be separate votes.
Fine. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Councillor Farquhar, I think you've indicated.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I do appreciate the fact that the Conservatives actually chose to speak to their proposal here this evening, because it was a bit touch and go before I put my hand in the air. So thank you very much, Councillor Fear, for actually speaking up. Councillor Fear mentioned facts in Councillor Broadhead's opening soiree, and I want to thank Councillor Hadley for actually pointing out the term fire sale and the sale of, or the use of prudent use of reserves to actually fund the transformation project, and I thank Councillor Brown for actually reminding us of that. But when we come back to facts, Councillor Broadhead said in his opening gambit, high-level political agreement to the beach hut scheme, not his exact words, but high-level political agreement to the beach hut scheme, which was later declared by the Secretary of State as a dodgy deal, which only benefits accountancy and consultancy firms. But the Freedom of Information found out that there was not one single scrap of paper of that high-level agreement which we were promised in February of last year, and in meetings after that, whereby high-level ministers up to Secretary of State level had agreed a dodgy deal to sell the beach huts. The point which I'm making here is that the term which was used was fire sale, and I thank Councillor Cox for introducing me to the term forced sale. And it is in the public domain. We've seen it. We've seen letter after letter from ministers for the responsible ministry actually saying that it's not going to fly. We've had letters from the MP, the minister in charge at that time, Paul Scully. But I thought I'd look up the definition of fire sale, since it quite readily gets thrown this way. And it actually says, or a dictionary definition, that it's a noun. And what it actually says here is a sale of goods or assets at very low price, typically when the seller is facing bankruptcy. Now, when that was torpedoed by the Secretary of State, the 50 million, which they underpinned the project on, whereby they said that the KPMG reports were all glowing, and then when challenged on they actually produced the KMG reports, another scrap of paper, which allegedly didn't exist, they then said, oh, it's in draft. Oh, you can't see it. Oh, well, maybe it's in GDPR. Then it's in the gift of the KPMG, because it's proprietary property. Even though the report was commissioned by the Conservative administration and paid for out of the public purse. Whose property is it? KPMG's? That same firm that was charged a record-breaking, let's have a look, bear with me.
You have 25 seconds left.
14.4 million. The point which I'm making is that I'm afraid I cannot trust, because it's demonstrated a word from this actual administration, its leadership. And I would call for a recorded vote, if you please, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Farquhar. Councillor Ricketts.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to reiterate what Councillor Inigar has said, which was...
Councillor Ricketts, I do apologise. Councillor Farquhar is still standing.
Sorry, Chair, I've risen to a point of order. I believe when I call for a point of order, does it not go immediately to the vote?
No, it's not a point of order, but we recognised your request. Yes, please.
Chairman, we've heard a request from one councillor, but when we come to the vote, at the point of the vote, we do require 25% of the council to request a recorded vote. So I assume that we would take that when we get to the vote, if 25% of the council should request it.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Councillor Ricketts, would you please resume?
Thank you again, Chair. I'd like to reiterate what Councillor Inigar said, because that wasn't answered by Councillor Green. Why is this maximum council tax rise only now being advised? It's not in the papers, it wasn't in scrutiny. We're only hearing it of now in the chamber. That's not good enough. Secondly, this capitalisation loan, if it's so bad, why did you apply for it in the first place? The idea of the capitalisation loan is that it can actually be repaid early. If we're selling assets, we've lost that income forever. The loan can be repaid. So if we go with this fire sale, which you're proposing, can the administration guarantee that if the sale goes through, they will not increase the council tax by the maximum? Because at a recent public meeting, the Chief Executive advised that council tax would be 5% in 2023-2024. So what is it?
Thank you, Councillor Ricketts. Councillor Nicola Green, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd just like to take us back for a moment to the whole point of a council holding a wide portfolio of investments. Our forebears acquired assets at a particular time for a particular reason, or indeed because there was a particular opportunity. They did not, however, bind us to hold them indefinitely, and would quite reasonably have expected us to take a view about the best use to put them at any given point in time. The current need is to fund transformation. We've already seen the benefits which this can bring both to the organisation, but more importantly, to our residents by protecting and investing in the services which they value and we're here to deliver. And we're now poised to take the next step. It's entirely proper to consider the use of the assets we hold in a calm and considered way to fund this next step. Council shouldn't hold or acquire assets solely for revenue return, and so in looking for disposals, it's appropriate to consider the strategic value which they bring to the organisation, and that's what we're seeing coming forward today. But we must, of course, be clear about the other side of the ledger when we consider this recommendation, and that's to ask what the Council has done to balance the disposals. After all, we do all understand that we can only sell something once. I invite Council, and Councillor Stribley in particular, to look at the acquisitions which we've made over the past 2 years and our aspirations going forward, and the additional benefits that they will have over the MTFP period and into the future, such as the Carter's Quay development, 161 new homes for local people, a stalled development getting out of the ground, place shaping enabling public access to the inner harbour, a positive contribution to the MTFP, and a strategic capital asset in the longer term. Surely it's time to thank the foresight of our predecessors in acquiring these older holdings and move forward with the investments which will much better support our communities in the year ahead. Councillor Hadley continues to complain about our decision to freeze council tax. I continue to disagree with him. Keeping money in our residents' pockets is exactly what we stand for, while delivering the best public services for them that we can, but doing it via transformation rather than by taxing them. This side of the chamber never forgets whose money it is. We will consider, and we have considered, alternatives, precisely as we are sure that no asset can be disposed of below the market rent. Tonight, we're asking Council to take these decisions precisely because we didn't rush to sell our civic centres, preserving them for more strategic and resident-focused futures where we hope our communities will benefit. We didn't rush to sell off car parks, causing disruption to our town and district centres. But we do hope for Council support for a more mindful and considered approach, which, with the amendment for which I thank Councillor Barron and with which we concur, will take place transparently for the benefit of our residents, supercharging our transformation programme, whose benefits, frankly, we often undersell, and allowing us to ensure that it's this chamber where our council tax levels are set. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. I've had indications from members. Obviously, I didn't want to interrupt the flow, but at this juncture, I propose to call a comfort break of 15 minutes. So I would expect you all back and seated before 25 past. Thank you.
So we don't have
Thank you, members, for taking your seats. Just before we resume the debate, just to point out to you, we don't seem to have had any contribution or debate on D, E, F and G at this particular point, just to draw it.
on 6B.
6B?
Yeah, the General Fund Revenue Grant for Adult Social Care.
Right, because it's not...
No, so we're taking 6A.
Yeah. Yeah. Could you clarify, because my notes are disorientated.
Okay, so members, we agreed at the beginning of the meeting, as far as I recall, that we would combine the debates for item 6A and 6B. And I think what the chairman is wanting, although we will be taking the votes separately, and what the chairman just wanted to highlight to everybody is that we don't appear to have had much debate on item 6B. So if councillors wish to raise that in debate, they can do so.
Thank you. Councillor Slade, please.
May I just get a point of clarification?
Of course.
So the debate between 6A and 6B is combined, but the vote is separate. I think the question that was being asked earlier, and I'm not sure I quite understood the answer, was on 6A, there is item D, E, F, G, H, or F, G. D, E, F, G, thank you very much. I think the question that came earlier on from this side was that items D, E, F and G, we would be very unhappy if D, F and G, which all relate to the sale of the assets, was rolled up with E, which relates to section 117 aftercare. And I think the response that we got from the portfolio holder was talking about 6B, which will be separately voted on. So I think the request was, when we are voting on D, E, F and G, item E really needs a separate vote under 6A.
Chairman, can I just clarify Councillor Slade's clarification?
Yes, please.
So we've actually inserted two new ones in as E and F. So what was E is now G. So I think what you're asking for is under item 6A, I think you're asking for items D, E and F to be taken together.
Yes.
Then item G, which is the pooled budget arrangement for section 117 aftercare, and then a vote on item 6B, which is the acceptance of a general fund revenue grant for adult social care as set out in paragraph 64. So I think that's three votes.
I'd like to think so too, but I will be guided because I have to say my notes have offered me less clarity than you've provided.
Thank you for the clarification.
But thank you for the request for the clarification.
So any more?
So any members wish to indicate they'd like to continue the debate, please? Councillor Bartlett and then Councillor Butler, please.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'm really conflicted here between one view and another. I keep going from one side to the other. The question here is that we need the money. We need the money to fund transformation. What really worries me is that £6.7 million of that money that we need is to pay for staff that we currently employ. So, you know, where's the money going to come from? We can't sell the assets. You know, that means we've got to borrow. I'm personally really against borrowing more money. You know, the thought of us going up to 1.3 billion or whatever it is, you know, borrowing, it just scares me to death. So I really am struggling with, but, you know, where is that? The hard question is, where's the money going to come from? If we say we're not going to sell the assets, then de facto there's only one choice left, isn't there? That's one. What really worries me is that this money is being used to fund the transformation programme. The transformation programme is supposedly to produce, I think Councillor Green quoted £50 million. It's actually a lot lower than that. I think it's 43 or 44, something like that. 45, higher than 45, I was going up. But I certainly saw some cost attributed to the transformation programme savings in the latest report that showed it isn't actually 49, it's lower than that. But of course, the savings that are going to be made on the transformation programme keep moving to the right. Keep moving to the right. And I'm worried to death that this money that we borrow or get from selling assets is going to be wasted because I can't see the real confidence in the transformation programme. And that's a real issue for me. Where is this transformation programme taking us? Is it realistic that we are actually going to get those level of savings? Now, doesn't it seem like a miracle that you can spend 60 million quid or whatever it is on the transformation programme and then save 50 million pounds every year for the next umpty-ump years? Well, that's a good bet, isn't it? But is it too good a bet? To me, it just doesn't sound realistic, frankly. And the closer we get, and we've done a lot of work through this programme already, that 6.7 million pounds, what does that equate to in the number of people? Is it 100 people working full-time on transformation? Or is it a way of covering the council's revenue costs at the moment to make the budget affordable? That's the key question. Lots of really difficult issues in there. And I don't think that we're seeing the real answers here. I feel that we haven't addressed these issues in overview scrutiny. Why not? Because it's been neutered, frankly. The O&S system is not fit for purpose because it's been neutered. And we haven't been able to examine these very important issues in detail or in a timely way in order to make the very important decisions that we have to make tonight. I really don't know which way I'm going to go on this yet, but I think there's probably a lot more people in this chamber that feel the same way that I do.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm wondering whether there's another way. We've been given two options, to sell or not to sell. What about income generation? We don't really talk about that very much. And can't we halt or limit transformation? Transformation, as shown on figure 6 under the item 6B, shows transformation fund, the budget and the spending is huge compared to the other services that we provide as a council. Now, I would think that most of the public, probably all the other services are much more important. Transformation itself is huge. And my question is really, why is it so big, and do we need it all? Can't we just concentrate on what we really need, the real basics of it? And just to add as well that the report that was produced for the section G for the mental health aftercare, I think is a fantastic report. And I'd like to thank Betty Butlin for writing that, because it's very clear and very concise, which is very helpful for us. And thank you that we're going to vote on that as a separate issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Anybody else indicated? Councillor Bedevent, please.
Thank you. Two separate points. First point, I'm totally confused about the party opposite. Back along, we were told the way ahead was to maximise the beach huts, to sell off the income. That was the way ahead. When we were told by the government that we'd been right all along and that was a non-starter, we were told by the leader, I can remember it, that the answer was the capitalisation direction. Now we're being told that that's rubbish. So what's the next issue? It keeps changing. We need a bit of certainty, we need consistency, and we're not getting it. My other point is actually a question really to the Chief Financial Officer. Can he confirm that the MTFP assumptions are based on the maximum council tax that we're allowed to charge? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bedevent. Mr Richins, pardon my back to you, but would you care to elucidate for...
Can I just confirm that our financial planning assumption has always been that we will take the maximum council tax during the course of this fiscal year? The government's assumption around that maximum council tax has changed, but our assumption hasn't, i.e. we will always take the maximum. That's been consistent throughout.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. Any other, Councillor Johnson, I think you indicated next, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I'd just like to answer a couple of the questions that were put forward before that I think have been answered, but I just want to go over them again. Firstly, regarding due diligence. Now, this has been done in that an independent surveyor has valued the sites. This is absolutely indisputable, as regulations also state they must be sold for at minimum market value. Therefore, as Councillor Farquhar so clearly provided us with a definition of a fire sale, that they are sold for a low value, I don't think you could claim that's about market value, and they can't be sold for less. So this is by definition quite clearly not a fire sale. £60 million will be borne by the revenue account. Now, the income of these sites is unquestionable and reported and can be shown clearly in the statistics. The repayment of the capitalisation direction will saddle the council with 20 years of debt and is much larger every year than the assets proposed for sale. It is millions more a year to repay it than these assets deliver, and we are acquiring other assets, so we are still leaving council with more income and assets than we started with. It's quite clear that there is only one sensible way to go here. It has been easily and well presented by the Deputy Leader. It has been well presented in the report. We are also buying many more and larger yield generating assets, and a good example of these being the 160 plus homes we are building in Poole. So unequivocally, again, we will finish with more income generating assets and more income generation than before. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Anyone else indicate? Councillor Dedman, please.
I don't know if we're supposed to be speaking to the other item on this agenda about the pooled budget. Are we supposed to, or have we am I going to take it? I
Yes,
just want to
indeed,
say
Councillor
thank you
Dedman.
very much. Very, very good report. Totally agree with it. Thank you, Councillor Rampton, wherever she is. I think it's a very good idea. I know everybody is thinking about other things, but this is really important, and the way to do it has been set out here.
Thank you, Councillor Dedman. Any other members, please? So, Deputy Leader, if you'd like to summarise.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and a sincere and deep thanks to all members that have partaken in the debate tonight. These are serious issues that we've got to look at and address, serious decisions that we've got to take. There are consequences to every decision that we make in this council chamber, and as many of my colleagues have expressed, we might not be happy with the outcomes of any of those decisions, but decisions they are and consequences they are too. I'll endeavour to try and answer some of the questions, although in the time allotted it's probably not possible. We started a debate with Councillor Hadley, who made the point, in his view, that it was better to maintain the industrial units than strategic units. A point that was raised by many others that I completely disagree with. We have these industrial units. Most people don't even know that we own them. We have clear market interest in them. If we are going to dispose of units, why on earth would we not want to keep hold of the more strategic ones? Councillor Hadley also made a point about reserves, which is incorrect. We've always made the commitment that we would have our unearmarked reserves at or above the recommended and mid-level, and that's something that we continue to commit to. Councillor Andrews made a number of points about the assets, and first of all, I think a clear point that we have to keep stressing is that the cost of a capital direction is greater than the income of these assets, despite what these assets are, and that is pretty clear in the report. I would also, and this is a delicate point, Chairman, but I think it's worth saying, Councillor Andrews needs to be very careful. He has not declared any interest tonight, and the company that he works for was involved in the soft market testing of some of these units, so he might wish to reconsider whether he declares an interest, because some of the information that he was presenting, I think he's just got to be slightly careful. Councillor Hilliard raised the points of local government reorganisation and the aim, which was to save money, absolutely, but also to get rid of loads of capital. I don't actually think it was to get rid of loads of capital receipts. it is an option, but if we do it, I just think it's got to be the right ones. He also made the point about Waitrose car park. The offer had been made by the town council, but the offer that has been made is below market value, and as we've explored, we're not allowed to sell below market value, and again goes against a commitment to full council, which he voted for, not to sell that asset. Councillor Martin raised points about my vanity projects. I'm not normally known for my vanity, but thank you for that. You laugh at that one, don't you? Yeah, thank you very much. And he also talked about Future Places and the black hole. Well, let's not recorrect history here. Future Places is out there bringing forward proposals for our placemaking, which is not going to cost the council taxpayer anything, because their financial model is based upon recouping their costs from capital. So we're no longer spending council taxpayers' cash on regeneration, and yet we're still doing it properly, and more to come in the next few months on their plans. Councillor Cox raised a point about anybody that says that we are currently in a surplus position is a fool, which is, in essence, considering the report that highlighted that was written by a Section 15 officer, saying that our financial officer is a fool, and we all know that that's absolutely not the case. Councillor Enger raised important points about what actually are we discussing here today, and this issue about council tax. And it was answered by my colleague, Councillor Mike Green. But every single capitalisation direction that has happened comes with a stipulation for full council tax increase. So that decision is taken out of our hand. He also asked the question of what happens if it's not passed tonight, we don't sell these assets, and it's quite simple. We pass a capitalisation direction, sorry, we have to apply for capitalisation direction, and therefore we have to increase council tax, and we have to accept that the income that we lose is, the cost of the capitalisation direction is greater than the lost income. I'll wrap up, Chairman. We have a very clear choice in front of us tonight. It's pretty clear. A number of non-strategic assets which we can sell, and I give a commitment to Councillor Stribley, has to be done above market value, so that's an assurance, above market value and by the 31st, otherwise we don't sell them.
Thank you,
that's
Councillor
assurance.
Broadhead.
If not, it's council tax raises and less money for our services.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Thank you. Councillor Farquhar, I remember that you were requesting a recorded vote. You'll need 25%. If you move that and you're seconded, we'll need 25% of the chamber in favour of that. Do you propose to do so?
So moved, Chair.
Thank you. Anybody second, Councillor? Councillor Jones, you had your hand up first. An indication of 25% of the chamber for a recorded vote on all three. Those in favour, please.
Okay, that gets you over 25%.
Yes, thank you. We'll do that. Thank you. Right, so the first vote we'll be looking for is D, E and F together. For those in favour, please indicate.
It's a named vote. Recorded.
Should pay it. Sorry, would you like to... yes, even late. Graham Farrett, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I shall carry out a recorded vote in the traditional way by reading out the names. So if you are in favour of recommendations for report number 6A for recommendations D, E and F, please vote for, or you can vote against or abstain. So Councillor Hazel Allen. For. Councillor Lewis Allison.
Against.
Councillor Mark Anderson. For. Councillor Sarah Anderson. Councillor Marcus Andrews.
Against.
Councillor Steve Barron.
For.
Councillor Stephen Bartlett.
For.
Councillor John Beasley. For. Councillor Derek Borthwick. For. Councillor Philip Broadhead. For. Councillor Mike Brooke.
Against.
Councillor Nigel Brooks. For. Councillor David Brown.
Against.
Councillor Richard Burton.
Against.
Councillor Diana Butler.
Abstain.
Councillor Daniel Butt.
For.
Councillor Judy Butt. For. Councillor Eddie Coop. For. Councillor Mike Cox. Against. Councillor Malcolm Davies. For. Councillor Norman Decent. Not here. I hadn't recorded that. So, no apologies. Okay. Councillor Leslie Debman. Councillor Brian Dion. Councillor Bobby Dove. Councillor Beverley Dunlop. Councillor Millie Earle.
Against.
Councillor Jackie Edwards. Councillor LJ Evans.
Against.
Councillor George Farquhar.
Against.
Councillor Dwayne Farr.
For.
Councillor Lawrence Fear.
For.
Councillor Anne Filer. Councillor David Flagg. Councillor Sean Gabriel. Councillor Mike Green. Councillor Nicola Green. Councillor Andy Hadley.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor May Haynes.
For.
Councillor Peter Hall. Councillor Paul Hilliard. Councillor Mark Howell.
Against.
Councillor Mohan Iyengar.
For.
Councillor Cheryl Johnson. Councillor Toby Johnson.
For.
Councillor Andy Jones. Councillor Jane Kelly. Councillor David Kelsey. Councillor Bob Lawton.
For.
Councillor Marion Le Pedevin.
Against.
Councillor Lisa Lewis.
Against.
Councillor Andy Martin. Councillor Chris Matthews. Councillor Simon McCormack. Councillor Pete Miles. Councillor Sandra Moore. Councillor Lisa Northover. Councillor Susan Phillips. Councillor Margaret Phipps. Councillor Karen Rampton. Councillor Felicity Rice.
Against.
Councillor Vanessa Ricketts. Councillor Chris Rigby.
Against.
Councillor Mark Robson. Sorry. Councillor Roberto Rocca. Councillor Vicky Slade.
Against.
Councillor Anne Stribley.
Abstain.
Councillor Tony Trent. Councillor Mike White. Councillor Lawrence Williams.
For.
Councillor Kieran Wilson. Councillor Tony O'Neill. And Councillor Nigel Hedges.
For.
Thank you, councillors.
So D, E and F were carried 437 against 29 with 4 abstentions. Yes, sure. So D, E and F we voted on. 4 were 37, against was 29 and abstentions were 4.
G, there's a show of hands.
So item G, yes, Councillor Anderson.
Can someone get Councillor Mellor in?
Of course we hadn't forgotten him. Thank you again, Councillor Anderson. And the Chair and Councillor Mellor would like to thank you, Councillor Anderson. Thank you. Councillor Mayor, we're now going to take the vote for item G.
Councillor Farquhar, stand.
Councillor Farquhar.
Thank you, Chair. In addition to welcoming Councillor Mellor back into the chamber, can I make a suggestion to move things along? I'd quite happily withdraw my request for recorded vote for the next items of business.
Thank you. So, thank you, Councillor Farquhar. So we'll do this by show of hands for G. 117 aftercare. Thank you.
Just, yes. Are there any against?
Any against? And abstentions? No. Thank you, members. And now we move to vote on 6B. We're happy with a show of hands on 6B? Okay, those in favour, please show.
Looks unanimous again.
Okay, thank you. But just make sure, those against, anybody? Any abstentions? Right, we now move to item 6C, Cabinet 14th of December 2022, minute number 98, externalisation of the Russell Coates Art Gallery and Museum. Councillor Beverley Dunlop, I understand that you will move the recommendations and then for Councillor Lawrence Williams to second the move. Councillor Dunlop. Thank you for indicating you're leaving, members. Thank you.
I thought Councillor Kelly was seconding.
White, Filer. Or is he going upstairs?
Yes, she says yes.
Thank you, members. We're just recording those who've left the meeting early. I think Councillor Allen will be up there. Thank you. Councillor Dunlop, in your own time.
Ready for me?
I think so. Thank
Right, okay. I hope everyone can hear me because I know that some of you are having the difficulties that I'm having as well with hearing in the chamber, and I'm not sure that these are helping that much. Right, okay, on to something really nice, culture. The paper before you tonight concerns the externalisation of the Russell Coates Art Gallery and Museum to create a new charitable trust free of the council. To allow this priceless piece of history to be in control of its own destiny, operating as a modern charity with decisions being made by the highly skilled experts who make up its management committee. The gallery and museum is an outstanding collection of art and artefacts collected by the Russell Coates and gifted in trust to the people of Bournemouth, with the council sort of becoming caretakers. Although well-intentioned, over the years and through various iterations, we've arrived at a situation where the council is the sole trustee of the charity. And the current arrangement creates conflicts between differing pieces of legislation, seriously impedes the fundraising, makes decision-making quite difficult. And despite a substantial yearly subsidy, it's really not in the best interest of the museum for its funding and income to be out with its control. I think for me, I think history and art should never have to compete for funds directly with council services. And despite the overwhelming evidence that culture changes lives, I think very few people really get that. And it's not an ideal situation. I get it. This administration clearly gets it. If you look at the hundreds and thousands of pounds we've put into culture over the last 2 years, and some of you do. Right across from me, we've got Councillor Howell. No, we did have Councillor Howell. He's gone. It was Councillor Howell and Councillor Hadley, and it would be remiss of me not to acknowledge that they're both as passionate as I am in developing arts and culture and preserving history. And in order for us to protect this beautiful building and amazing collection, a change in the governance model is critical to, maintain and look after this very important part of local history. It's fair to say we've been a long time getting to this point, and I'm not the first portfolio holder who has tried to realise the aspiration of this committee and sort of steer this ship. Before me was Councillor Iyengar, I think Councillor Howell has been the ship, Councillor Williams for many years. I do hope I'm the last one and I can actually let it set sail and achieve its brilliance and be secure for the future. So the proposals before you, it's a very detailed paper, but they're quite simple in ambition. It's to ensure the survival of the museum so it can be enjoyed by future generations and the building and collection cared for by a team of dedicated experts.
That was 3 minutes.
So I therefore ask Council to support the progress of externalisation of the Russell Coates Art Gallery and Museum and submit the recommendations in the paper for approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dunlop. And Councillor Williams, I understand you wish to second the move.
Yes, indeed, Chairman, and I'll make up some of the time that Councillor Dunlop took. I first got involved with the Russell Coates in 2012 when I was appointed to what was then Bournemouth Council's cabinet. I held the portfolio for quite some years until I quit to become Mayor of Bournemouth. After that year, I came back as a member of the Board of Management and have been on the Board of Management ever since, and are currently Vice Chair. So I think my credentials are quite solid. And I've supported and championed the Russell Coates in many ways. As a member of the Arts Council, I'll mention at every meeting I've attended, and will continue to do so until I finish next September. I would urge you to support this, because the Russell Coates really does need to proceed on its journey, and this is just a stop on the journey to make it independent. And so it gives me great pleasure to second the move. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Open up to members, please. Councillor Edwards.
Thank you. When I first heard about this arrangement with the Russell Coates Museum, I was a little alarmed, as I think it's an absolutely brilliant museum, and if you have the opportunity you must go round and have a look. However, on one of their guided tours and open evenings that we had, the manager explained very clearly to the ones that were there that the governance arrangements at the moment were working against the museum, very much so. So having had that clearly explained to me, my fears were dismissed with, and I'm very happy to approve this going forward.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Councillor Hadley, I think your hand was next.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'd like to thank Councillor Dunlop. Our conversation was actually mostly about Poole Museum and Poole Museum on the move whilst it's closed to the public, but it was a good conversation about our cultural assets. And I'd also like to thank the lead officer, Sarah, and the chair of the trustees, because I was on the same tour as Councillor Edwards, and it was really instructive. I remember going there as a very small child, and not having been back since, and actually it's a delightful museum, but one that's been in a bit of decay. We have reduced our contributions, and I'm minded to remind members about Stephen Chappell's contribution at the beginning of this meeting, in terms of the concerns about the council perhaps not maintaining its end of the bargain, but trying to ensure that within that we are not being taken for a ride. We need to make sure that in seeking their separation, that the museum is brought to a place where it is covering what it needs to do, and it's not cherry picking those things that it wants the council to carry on doing, and we get a reasonable agreement on both sides. So having been concerned, and I was also concerned because Poole Museum has managed to get lottery funding and has managed to get a whole lot of money as a part of the council. But it does seem partly down to historic differences between the two previous councils. But I'm happy, content, as Councillor Edwards just said, I'm content that this is probably for the best for the Russell Coates Museum, and that celebrate the difference between the ways in which some of these museums are. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Who indicated next? Councillor Iyengar, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm happy to support this one. And again, it's something, as Councillor Dunlop alluded to, I've been riding along with this. I think, though dispassionately, it is a positive move. I think what's coming across in some of the comments is the risks need to be managed carefully. They have been, and I think they need to be watched like a hawk as we go forward on this. But I'm convinced from everything I've seen that the risks are acceptable going forward. And just directionally, if there's any doubt as to is this the right direction going forward, let's remember, we're not new to this kind of arrangement. Every arrangement like this, of course, is different in the details. But for instance, if I mention things like the Lighthouse, of course, the Bournemouth Symphony Orchestra, even the Poole Museum, which itself is part of the Wessex Partnership arrangement, that was an essential feature for it to be giving patronage from the Arts Council, and of course the nod to get a certain amount of its external funding as well. Those steps were absolutely necessary, and I think no one would argue, I don't think, that places like the Lighthouse and the BSO have moved themselves away from communities, have moved themselves out of sight by virtue of being slightly at an arm's length in terms of their formal structure. So given that, I don't think we should be spooked by this kind of move forward. And I think, in reference to, I think, Mr. Chappell's very useful contribution at the beginning, I think these risks that he's alluded to are being managed, but they need watching carefully as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Iyengar. Anybody else wish to contribute? Councillor Bedouin, please.
Thank you, Chair. In principle, I've got no problem with this. It seems eminently sensible. But the one thing that sprang out at me was reading paragraph 55 about the board, which will replace the management committee. And I noticed that there's one named individual. All the other members are just portfolio holder or members of this or whatever. But there's one named individual. And I couldn't see any particular reason except that for continuity, well, the same argument about continuity could mean the board goes on in perpetuity with the same membership for life. So that doesn't hold water to me. My reaction was, this smacks of feudalism, to have one named individual, a baronet. And it doesn't sit comfortably with me with Bournemouth's claim, particularly Bournemouth's claim, to be a modern, forward-looking, cutting-edge area. It may be that this individual, I know nothing about him, is well qualified to serve on this board and would be eminently suitable to be part of it. But the fact that it's one named individual because of his particular position, which has nothing to do with the museum or the council or anything like that, that doesn't sit comfortably with me. And I think now would be while everything is being reorganised, would be a very good time to modernise in all respects.
Thank you, Councillor Bedouin. Anybody else wish to contribute? Councillor Kelly.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Yes, I also would like to support this proposal for the new governance of the Russell Coates Museum and Gallery. I think the current staff and the management are extremely talented, dedicated and knowledgeable, and particularly the manager has worked so hard to achieve funding in the past, as I know that in the future that will continue, and within the new governance structure their determination to succeed and to make the museum thrive will not diminish. I noted that in the past they have achieved funding from the Renaissance Southwest programme, which was exceptionally significant funding, and also they have had funding from the Arts Council previously. So I think that the mitigation measures that Councillor Dunlop mentioned in response to Alderman Chappell's question will make sure that as far as is absolutely possible, the Russell Coates will continue to be a jewel in our crown in Bournemouth Centre. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Any other? Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, and I don't wish to steal Councillor Dunlop's thunder, but there was a point raised by Councillor Pedevin opposite about one named person in particular being on the governance, and that is a carryover from the previous arrangements. And I think it does actually specify later on in the papers that the reason that named individual has always been there is it has to be in compliance with the Bournemouth Borough Council Act. So that is something that is a necessary part of the governance. And when you look at the name, it's because of the ownership, I assume, of the land and covenants and things like that. So I think it's less a decision about an individual and more actually complying with the Act. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much for that clarity for Councillor Bedouin and Councillor Broadhead. Thank you. Councillor Dunlop, would you like to sum up, please?
I don't think I've got much to say. I have to thank you very much, those who spoke in support of this. You're obviously clear, it's clear to you why we want to do it. I think that the one thing I'd just like to pull out is Councillor Hadley mentioned something quite crucial, so the way that the charitable arm of Paul Museum have been able to raise money, and that's exactly why they've raised hundreds of thousands of pounds from heritage lotteries and some really interesting private funds. And they've raised a staggering amount of money, and it's about that transparency. It's about their being recognised as a proper charity, and people see the governments and they also know where the money is going. Just really simply, who wants to stick their hand in their pocket and write a cheque to BCP Council? And that kind of illustrates some of the difficulties that they have with benefactors. So I don't think I've got anything else I need to say on this. Thank you very much for support. I will be very close to this for as long as I'm able. So thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Dunlop. Can we go straight to a vote then, members, please, with a show of hands? Those in favour? And just out of academic interest, thank you. Any against? And any abstentions? Okay, thank you. That's carried. Which brings us to agenda item 7, Highcliffe and Walkford Neighbourhood Plan. Councillor Nigel Brooks, I understand that you will move the recommendations and then for Councillor Philip Broadhead to second the move. Councillor Brooks, please.
Thank you, Chairman. This evening is the culmination of three and a half years of hard work, and the neighbourhood plan went to Cabinet in October to set the scene for a referendum of our residents in the parish area, which took place on the 15th of December. This is an important step. There's a lot of papers in the pack, 4 appendix, and I'll just say that the final appendix, Appendix 4, is the key one, which is the decision statement that we as an authority, as a council, are confirming to put into practice the neighbourhood plan. It's part of a process. We're not, in a sense, voting on it because everything has been done in accordance with legislation requirements to bring it to the council this evening. I think it's important to note that as this process went forward, we had considerable dialogue, and this is part of what I would really encourage others in either a neighbourhood forum or in a parish setting, and I know Burton, and I know Herne, and also Christchurch Town Council are on the same path as we have been to prepare a neighbourhood plan. But it involved considerable dialogue with residents, retailers, businesses, workshops, drop-in sessions, listening to people, presentations, consultation and discussion. It was a monumental task, but it was actually giving a lot of feedback and it actually generated lively discussion. Very briefly, the areas that you'll find, and I would really commend it to people who are going on this course to see what we've actually achieved in terms of aspects around the high street and its uses, local green spaces, green corridors, accessible green spaces, walking and cycling, parking standards, I think that's a key one where we have real heavy congestion, locally important community facilities, housing design for practical living, and also, which I think is key, retaining and reinforcing the local character of an area. And this word character does come up in other settings as well. So I commend to you the neighbourhood plan, which is, as I say, the culmination of 3.5 years' work, with COVID interrupting some of that, but we now have the basis, through the decision statement, of a statutory plan which the planners must have regard to in all applications that actually come in for the parish area. And that's an important step because the parish council will be looking quite closely at applications to see that the neighbourhood plan is referenced in those decisions or those recommendations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Brooks. And I understand, Councillor Broadhead, you wish to second.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not a tremendous amount to add except to echo a lot of the sentiments for Councillor Nigel Brooks, and also actually to congratulate and thank Nigel Brooks, along with many others in the Highcliffe and Walkford area, for the stellar effort they've put over this protracted period to bring this neighbourhood plan to fruition. I think it's safe to say with the level of assent that happened in the referendum, with 86% voting in favour of the plan, that there's a convincing number of local residents in the area that think this is the right neighbourhood plan for them to be used in conjunction currently with the Christchurch local plan, but hopefully by the end of next year with the new BCP local plan, which we're currently in the throes of preparing. I think it's also worth agreeing with Councillor Brooks on the really positive engagement that the local plan the neighbourhood plan process has, alongside things like neighbourhood forums and alongside the work that we're trying to do on the local plan. By the time we get to, I think, this autumn, when we're hopefully got the draft local plan for BCP, be, there are going to be so many areas that have almost been consulted to death on what they think the future of their area should look like. And having this alongside all of the other policy documents, the new local plan and other things that we're looking at, I think gives a really firm sense of direction for the individuality of the areas across the BCP region. So as Councillor Brooks has said, I think it's really just the job of full council tonight to respect the wishes of that local community, bring this into formal being, and then use this as a barometer for planning applications in Highcliffe and Walkford, hopefully long into the future. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Councillor Martin, I think you were the first to indicate you wish to.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I excuse me, would like to pay tribute to all those who contributed to putting this plan together. It's a game changer for Highcliffe and Walkford and a great example of what parish councils can do. It was very much a team effort between members of the parish council and the residents who care deeply about the future of our community. And I haven't always, in the last couple of years, seen eye to eye with Councillor Brooks for obvious reasons, but he has worked extremely hard to pull a lot of this together, so I thank him for that. And I also thank the residents who came out to support the plan in the referendum. There was one aspect of the process which I found disappointing, though, and that's towards the end of the drafting. I was involved with one of our residents. You actually heard from him this evening, Mr. Sofianos, in attempting to toughen up the environmental aspects of the plan, the wording, adding some more local green spaces, and emphasising even more strongly the value and critical importance of the Highcliffe Ecological, Environmental and Wildlife Corridor. But the examiner removed 20 of the 32 local green spaces that we had put into the policy, into the plan. And those sites removed included places like Knee Meadows, Highcliffe Wreck, the Cliffhanger area, Mudderford Wood, etc. They also included Jesmond Wood, because at that point it was the subject of a planning application, and to the great relief of everybody in Highcliffe, the planning committee, chaired by Councillor Kelsey, unanimously rejected that application on December the 15th, and I very much thank the committee for that. Apparently ignored by the examiner in removing those local green spaces was the fact that the current protection comes from the existing local plan, as Councillor Broadhead just acknowledged, and which is obviously due to be replaced in 2023-24 by the BCP plan. There are, of course, no guarantees that those protections in the current plans will survive this administration's local plan process. But obviously the residents of Highcliffe and Walkford will want to see exactly the same protections or better in the local plan as currently exist, and that it marries up in every environmental aspect with the neighbourhood plan, because we need to be even greener than when those previous policies were drawn up. And if I can just raise one aspect in that regard, in Councillor Broadhead's local plan issues and options document last year, there was a section that says the council will, and I quote, be proactive in supporting a change of character in a number of areas. This includes Highcliffe, the central part of Highcliffe, down to the seafront, including the Cliffhanger, which is one of those areas that has been removed. So I'm hoping that a little bit later on, Councillor Broadhead can give me an indication of what that might mean. Obviously, the alarm bells are going off a little bit over that. And finally, Mr. Chairman, I hope everybody can feel they can support this evening. And I hope that Councillor Broadhead will also be able to give a commitment here and now that this council will consult on preferred options following the previous consultation and not go straight to consulting on a draft plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Mike Brook, please.
Thank you, Chair. I certainly welcome this new addition to the neighbourhood plans in BCP Council. They're an excellent development, and I confirm the value that the preparation of them has in public engagement right through the process. Broadstone Neighbourhood Forum was the first neighbourhood forum to be established in Poole, and produced the second neighbourhood plan in Poole, and it is good to see so many others. What is disappointing is that since the Localism Act in 2011, there have been so few neighbourhood forums established or plans developed within the BCP Council area as it is now. They are invaluable. We spend a lot of time monitoring every single planning application in Broadstone. we're able to make the representations on behalf of residents, and if you look at the government inspectors' reports in appeals, you can actually see how they have used the neighbourhood plan in support of their dismissals or approvals, whichever way. It does represent local views, and that is becoming more and more important. My one regret with regard to the Broadstone neighbourhood plan was that the inspector asked us to take out the majority of the green proposals that we were putting in, and the reason being that they were not there within the government's proposals, and therefore they would have been unenforceable at the time. Things have changed now, and we must go much more with those green credentials and the sustainability elements in all our plans, and I'm hoping that we're going to be able to push that as hard as we possibly can in the local plan via the steering group and our very supportive officers. So, a welcome to this new addition to the group. I hope that the neighbourhood forums can begin to produce and form their own group within BCP Council to discuss developments and so on amongst themselves. I think that would be a very useful development. And finally, because there was a referendum with 86%, I believe, not quite as high as Broadstone, which was 95%, but nevertheless, it's a really, really good percentage. The council is obliged to make this plan. We have no alternative as a council. We must make this plan. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Brooke. Councillor Judes-Butt, please.
Thank you very much. Listen carefully to the previous speakers, and all I can say about examiners, they act in mysterious ways. Their wonders to sometimes not perform, but they do have a rigid structure which hopefully will soften over time as more and more of these neighbourhood forums come into play. Yes, it is very much a child of the 2011 Localism Act, and I was with Mike when he was, Councillor Brooke, when he was first starting his back in Poole, and also with Poole Key Forum. And the key is about engagement. It's very, very crucial, and how it's done. And if we were able to take a litmus test of the engagement of the process which Councillor Brooke has just undertaken, and other councillors in the room, I think we would do far better in our engagement. I mean, the vehicle enables the forum members very much to have a direct influence on the future developments, which Councillor Brooks already told us about, and that is absolutely crucial and key. It's not so much the fact that it's a matter for people to get up and speak about things. It's using the skill sets which we have in our neighbourhoods of people. They're not just people who speak, they do have value and they have skill sets they can bring to the table in order for us to develop better. It's pivotal to get this balance right between residents and the council, and this is certainly a vehicle by which we can do it. I'm delighted that the engagement process was so well executed. Really good to see, and the results obviously evidence to that, being able to put forward this neighbourhood plan. And I thank Councillor Brooks for his work and that of the residents and those of his predecessors who are clearly showing that these neighbourhood plans, neighbourhood forums do work. And yes, let's ensure that we build more over time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Butt. Councillor Dedman, I think you indicated.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman. I'll be very, very brief. I just wanted to pay tribute to Highcliffe and Warkford Parish Council, which was the Borough Council consulted residents when LGR was obviously going to happen, and the residents wanted the parish councils that we have over in Christchurch. And then Highcliffe and Warkford Parish Council, which was formed just at that time, was suddenly confronted with the need to do this neighbourhood plan. And I really think they've done wonderfully. They plunged straight into it with a very professional look about it. It's all been done so wonderfully. All the councillors have helped, and there are many of them, and I really think that we should pay tribute to the whole of the parish council over there. I think they've done a wonderful job, so thank them all.
Thank you, Councillor Dedman. Anybody else wishing to speak? Could I then ask for Councillor Brooks to sum up, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you for the plaudits from the other side of the chamber this evening, and thank you, Mike, for your reflection on Broadstone, which actually mirrors much of our experience as well, so thank you for those comments. It's interesting in one respect that we are the second highest tree-covered area after Camford Cliffs, which is quite extraordinary. And it shows that we are a grown-up village with lots of common land and green space, and to the north we're hard up against the New Forest, and that's actually part of the attraction of the area, that it does have a lot of green space. I think we were rather over-ambitious in setting out 30 areas of local green space, which was actually brought down to 10 very significant areas, and the other 20, as Councillor Andy Martin has said, those other 20 have existing protection under other policies in place. So we're not giving away, in a sense, those policies because there is protection already in place. So I commend the decision statement that actually concludes this whole process, which then brings it all into play. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Brooks. So if we could move to a vote with a show of hands, please, for those all in favour. Thank you, members. Just academic interest. Those against? Anybody abstaining? Thank you. It's carried. Agenda item 8, notice of motion in accordance with Procedure Rule 10. There have been no motions received for this meeting. Agenda item 9, questions from councillors. For this council meeting, we have a number of questions from councillors, and I'm obliged to keep this section of the meeting to the 30 minutes in accordance with the Constitution. Supplementary questions are available for councillors to respond directly to the reply the portfolio has afforded them, but these questions must be indeed questions, not statements, and emanate from the reply just given. I will stop any further dialogue if it does not bring further clarity directly to the issue or does not relate to the subject matter of the original question. In addition, as previously agreed by the Council, the time limit for asking and responding to a question is 3 minutes. Councillor Martin, I understand you have a question to put to the Deputy Leader and Portfolio Holder for Development, Growth and Regeneration, Councillor Philip Broadhead, on the local plan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is, the local plan issues and options document published earlier this year says the Council plans to be proactive about supporting a change of character in a number of specific areas, including the central part of Highcliffe from Lymington Road to the seafront. Given that the document also outlines a commitment to preserving the character of, I quote, our locally valued coastal areas, could the Deputy Leader outline what the document is referring to as a change of character for Highcliffe in the context of planning for urban intensification, or what he thinks it might be referring to? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much to Councillor Martin for his question. We got there eventually. It seems to have taken quite a long time for this question. We've had a subsequent council, so apologies about that. The local plan issues and options consultation document formed part of a huge consultation, as I mentioned earlier on, setting out the issues for the new BCP local plan alongside ideas from residents as we move forward to the next stage of crafting the plan, crafting the draft plan. Its purpose was to gather views about ideas rather than present any definitive proposals. I'm really proud of the impact of this consultation and its focus on asking the public for their views before we do any bulk of the work, very different to how many local authorities prepare their own local plans. The option for considering potential areas of change in the urban area sought people's opinion about whether our future policies should be more proactive in supporting a change of character in these locations, especially as some of these changes are already occurring for such characteristics as urban form, type of development and the scale of development. As set out in the document, this could involve proactively supporting modest increases in scale in some of these areas, for example, 2 stories to 4 or 5 stories along key retail streets. And of course, some of these changes are already happening in an ad hoc manner, and this approach could allow for it to be properly planned for. So that's the idea. If we took that idea forward, we would then also seek to bring forward design codes for these areas to explore the options in more detail. Whilst we wouldn't wish to prejudge this process for Highcliffe, it could, for instance, explore things like setting maximum building heights for Lymington Road, where intensification, as Councillor Martin already knows, has already been occurring, or considering options for higher density proposals in highly sustainable locations within the close proximity to services and facilities within the shopping area instead of residential areas. So really, what's a more preferable location for new homes? It's important to note that these area of changes were included as only one option to respond to the many issues we face to ensure enough homes are built, as currently there are still significant issues with housing supply, particularly around providing affordable or family homes and homes that in turn support the economic growth for our area. More people living in these kinds of areas could help support the vitality of our high streets and centres, placing people near facilities and services and helping secure the infrastructure needed to support growth. His second point, as set out in the consultation document, the reference to preserving the character of our locally valued coastal and countryside areas was actually in the section and set out in relation to our seafront shoreline and coastline, not our urban areas referred to in the change of possible change of character section. So they're two separate issues, but I hope that gives Councillor Martin the clarity that he required. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Councillor Martin, do you have a supplementary question?
I don't, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Thank you again, Councillor Broadhead. Councillor Evans, I understand you've withdrawn your question. Is that true?
Yes, Chair. This was originally submitted for November Council and withdrawn, deferred for reasons of brevity, as we were quite behind at that point. And since then, there was a progress report on this subject submitted to Cabinet on the 14th of December. If I could be incredibly cheeky, Chair, and beg your indulgence, perhaps I could use this time instead to offer our congratulations as a council to Jan Thurgood, who in the New Year's Honours list has been awarded an MBE in recognition of her services. Thank you so much.
I think I would happily allow that, Councillor Evans, and thank you. Thank you indeed. Councillor Dedman, I understand you have a question to put to the Leader of the Council and Portfolio Holder for Finance and Transformation, Councillor Drew Mellor, on beach huts. Councillor Dedman.
And I sprang up a bit precipitately there. On the 14th of December, Cabinet discussed draconian changes to the provisions and charges of the Council Beach Hut estate. The changes had been prepared without adequate engagement with the beach hut associations, and despite representations against the plans and the process from those most affected and ward councillors, this was passed unanimously as a Cabinet decision with no discussion at Council. It's clear that when central government in September 22 forbade BCP Council administration from creating a special purpose vehicle to commercialise the beach hut estate asset, alternative proposals have been rushed through to still allow the sweating of this asset. Does the Leader not agree with me and the thousands of beach hut owners and representatives that this decision to approve swinging increases of 2.5 times inflation, I'll get that right, as well as changes to established terms, is inequitable, unjustified, and it unfairly targets one section of our community in a bid to recover just some of the money which this administration has wasted on vanity projects? And would he further agree that a much fairer approach would be a 10% increase across the board, followed by a proper and inclusive consultation with the stakeholders and a review for the following 4 years? Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Dedman. Councillor Mellor.
Thank you very much. And firstly, can I thank Councillor Dedman for her question. We have been clear on a number of occasions that we believe that what is equitable for all residents of BCP, our council taxpayers, is that we look to be commercial with all of our assets and services that people choose to purchase from us. As to do otherwise would be ask the council taxpayer to subsidise services people choose to buy. That would not be equitable. What this decision also does is to seek to harmonise beach hut fees that varied widely, which again is not equitable. And just to put a flat rise across all beach huts would be the wrong approach for equity and fairness across BCP. It would have compounded inequity and would have increased the disparity in pricing. Also, 50% of the bannings of the beach huts were inflationary rises as well. Additionally, a significant part of any income raised is directly linked to beach hut maintenance and investment in the seafront that beach hut associations have been calling for years. Our seafront in some areas, and our beach hut stock in general, across the conurbation, has received inconsistent maintenance and investment, and we are much more ambitious about what residents and visitors alike can expect from what is one of our jewels in the crown. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor Dedman, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, Chairman. I mean, the Council produced a report to validate this decision, and it suggested, and it was actually repeated in Cabinet by a member, that these beach hut owners are rich. And I'd just like to ask the leader if he's aware that the huts, especially in Christchurch, where these charges are really going very high, are much used by pensioners, disabled folk, those who are ill and can't travel, families with youngsters, grandparents, myself, but I haven't got a hut. Does the leader really think that these hutters are a privileged few, as was said in Cabinet, who it is fine to fleece?
Thank you, Councillor Dedman.
Thank you very much. I think, you know, if I actually refute the assertion that we've said that people who have beach huts are rich, that's absolutely not the case. We've got the mosaic data, we've got the map, you know, the maps that shows where people can you know, currently take these homes, and it isn't all around some of the most wealthy areas of our conurbation. And also, what I would say is, if we actually look at where people actually take beach huts, what we're now doing through these changes is to say that they are just, you know, largely beach huts for local people. We put that in there. It is, and we've been more strengthened on that. So I just refute the assertion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller.
Chairman, can I have a reply in writing? I know the leader said it all.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Miller. Thank you, Councillor Dedman. Councillor Hadley, I understand you have a question to put to the portfolio holder on for sustainability and transport. Councillor Mike Green on the climate and ecological emergency. Councillor Hadley.
Thank you, Chair. Council voted overwhelmingly to act on mitigating the climate and ecological emergency. Since then, whilst the team has been strengthened, I understand a number of the interim measures that were put in place have fallen by the wayside, two being the use of renewable tariffs for electricity and the use of hydrogenated vegetable flats in place of diesel in the Council's fleet operations. The job is becoming harder and more difficult as time goes by. Can the portfolio holder please advise what measures have been explored to bolster energy use reduction, renewable energy production and purchase, and accelerate the use of alternatives to diesel in the fleet by the Council? Can he also advise what proportion of the Green Future Fund has been committed and on what projects? And in the forthcoming climate plan update, is the forthcoming climate plan update on track for March? Will it be more ambitious in addressing the urgent actions, and will any of these be in place by May 2023? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley, for all your questions. Councillor Green.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and thank you, Councillor Hadley, for your questions. The renewables tariff that was used by the Council did not, in fact, use energy from renewable sources. Instead, it involved paying for certificates called REGOs, which are traded instruments obtained by energy generators for their production of renewables in their activities. So although demand for those certificates helps encourage generators to produce renewable energy, they do not actually translate to any real carbon savings. The autumn spike in energy prices led to a distortion in this market, which meant that the certificate costs rose by almost 1,000%. And given that they are effectively an accounting adjustment with no direct link to carbon savings, at this level, we believed it did not represent good value for the council taxpayer. The case with HVO is very similar. When we made the decision to use it, the difference in price between diesel and HVO was around 10 to 15 pence per litre. With the energy crisis, the extra amount we would now have to pay is 49 pence per litre and no longer represents a good use of council taxpayers' funds. A very significant amount of work has been and continues to be done by the climate team on reducing energy use and increased renewables generation to keep us on track with our ambition to be net zero by 2030. For example, we've now identified all our council energy demand and supply requirements across the whole corporate estate. Business cases are now being prepared for each of our top 10 high energy sites to reduce energy demand and increase supply of renewables. And we are looking at how we might group together smaller sites to overcome the structural barriers to greener energy supply. We're recruiting a programme manager to work with our asset and facility management teams to incorporate energy costs and opportunities for our buildings and land and develop a prioritised portfolio of capital works. And we're looking for a longer-term energy partner who can help us to deliver our ambitions. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank the cross-party members of the Energy and Buildings Portfolio Holders Support Group for Climate Change for their role in these achievements. So far, the Council's Infrastructure Board, this is the second question. So far, the Council's Infrastructure Board has passed the following Green Futures Fund projects for approval by CMB and Cabinet. A £150,000 contribution to unlock £1.8 million of central government funding for energy efficiency measures across our estate, including the Russell Coates Museum and Bournemouth Town Hall. £480,000 to upgrade the Two Rivers Meat plant room, including control systems to allow energy efficiency measures to be implemented and the integration of renewable energy. £300,000 for geothermal feasibility studies across 3 sites. And in addition, £3 million has been earmarked for generating renewables, predominantly solar carports across our estate. The Climate Action Plan update is indeed on track for March and will be presented as a package together with the annual report and a new overarching climate strategy. Necessarily, it will be more ambitious, as ambitions will need to grow year on year to keep on our trajectory towards net zero for 2030. I do expect some items to be in place by May of this year, but I'm sure that Councillor Hadley will agree that our actions in fighting the effects of climate change really shouldn't be governed by electoral cycles. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Green. Councillor Hadley, do you have a supplementary question?
I wasn't going to, but I do. Thank you, and I'll be very brief. Yes, at the time I spoke specifically against the renewal obligation certificates because I didn't think it was real green energy. And I'm interested in what you said about the energy production partners, but I wonder whether you're looking actively at community-owned renewables in terms of working with those people in our own community that are very keen on renewable energy and on being a part of the solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you wish to reply, Councillor Green?
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When it comes to the renewable obligations, like Councillor Hadley, I also feel that they're a bit of a sop and a way out of it. However, they do have some use in overall encouraging the reduction in carbon. And that's why when there was a small difference in price in doing so, I felt it was right for the Council to pay it. But once it gets to a large difference, and we do actually hope that that spike is going to be short term, I think we agree that it is not a sensible way of spending money which could be used in other ways to reduce carbon emissions. As far as the community-owned renewable generations, we are looking right the way across at how we might be able to do so, and I certainly am taking an interest indeed in looking at the community-owned regeneration projects as we do so. Some of them potentially will be the way forward. Potentially the way forward will be to partner with somebody else who is involved in a much larger scale, but I think there's probably room for both of those together as we pursue that target. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Slade, I understand you have a question to put to the Leader of the Council, Portfolio Holder for Finance and Transformation, Councillor Drew Miller, on beach huts.
Thank you, Chair. Last year, the 2022-23 budget was predicated on the sale of the beach huts to generate income. Now the rents of the beach huts are being increased by up to 127% over 5 years to help subsidise the budget for 23-24. We were told that the now banned beach hut sale would include full consultation with all beach hut owners and tenants, but in reality there was only ever minimal engagement with the chairs of the 4 associations. The new plan, which will price out many existing beach hut tenants and most likely lead to many members of the public on the waiting list abandoning their place, has had brief engagement with the Beach Hut Association but no full consultation, and the specific amendments suggested by those associations have not been included in the proposals. How does this meet the high standards of consultation that were promised by this administration, and what involvement did the lead member for consultation have with the associations? Now that the local government settlement has given more breathing space on the finances and there is a suggestion that some cuts will be delayed until 24-25, will the Leader confirm that he will rethink the increases in the beach hut rents?
Councillor Slade. Councillor Mellor.
Thank you. This administration has sought to dramatically improve the engagement, and I'm proud that we've delivered an extensive and new public engagement exercise in relation to the budget that goes far beyond the engagement levels we inherited. We've installed a lead member for engagement, supported BCP Future Places in a wide-ranging big conversation, an extensive local plan issues and options consultation. To maximise engagement, we've used a variety of methods, as well as our digital engagement hub. We've held focus groups, face-to-face drop-in events, and have been active in the community. Engagement is alive and well in BCP. The process for setting annual beach hut fees has always included the beach hut associations as a means for collating feedback from that group, and that is absolutely right. It would be entirely inappropriate to attempt to circumvent the beach hut associations to do differently. It is also incorrect to state that all suggestions from those conversations, that feedback, were not included in the agreed proposals. There are a raft of alterations made to these plans directly following feedback received, so that's completely incorrect. In relation to the last part of your question, I'll refer you to the answer I've made previously to Councillor Dedman. We are increasing equity across our beach hut pricing, increasing investment in our beach hut stock and seafront infrastructure, and we are, as has always been the case with this administration, increasing ambition for and delivery across BCP.
Thank you, Councillor Mellor. Councillor Slade, do you have a supplement?
Yes, I do. It's a shame that the leader didn't actually answer the question, which was, can he please confirm what involvement the lead member for consultation had with the associations? I don't think that the lead member was involved. Can I also request details of how those proposals were changed, because I wrote my question in consultation with the Beach Hut Associations, who confirmed that they were completely ignored. So I would like to see a record of what changes were made as a direct result of those meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Slade.
Yeah, okay, thank you. You know, in terms of a lead member for engagement, there's a huge amount of work. We just heard a raft of things we're doing differently that we were not doing before. So the lead member is doing a fantastic job. In terms of the you know, how we negotiate and discuss and get stakeholder feedback from the beach hut rents, that's not a full engagement exercise. That's a discussion with beach hut tenants, sorry, not tenants, beach hut associations, which is exactly what the same was when you were the leader of this council, and is exactly what we're delivering now. In terms of, you know, the beach hut associations, we've agreed with them a general principle of harmonising. We're spreading the pricing structure over 5 years to reduce the impact. Following their feedback, we did clarify a range of points in the report, amended the pricing structure, strengthened the commitment to reinvestment, and focused further on areas of particularly important to beach hut associations, including additional ranges, maintenance. We amended proposals for transfer fees and opened the door for further engagement on licence terms and conditions. And we also limited the eligibility for waiting list to BCP residents only. So we had a significant impact from those discussions, and to say that otherwise is incorrect.
Thank you, Councillor Mellor. Councillor Farquhar, I understand you have a question to put to the portfolio holder, which for council priorities and delivery, but it's on street lighting in Woodland Walk, Poscombe East and Folkestone Ward. I understand now that Councillor Mark Anderson will be responding to that. Councillor Farquhar, could you ask your question, please?
Thank you very much, Chair. The question is this. Can an explanation be given to why the faults and failures of 21 out of 24 street lamps in Woodland Walk have not yet been rectified, despite being reported as being passed to the contractor on the 14th of October 2022? I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the portfolio holder for public safety. I'd like to thank the teams for the Towns Fund, and I would also like to thank the Neighbourhood Policing Team Inspector for their efforts to expedite these works. However, public safety should not be in the gift or scheduling of a third-party contractor.
Thank you, Councillor Farquhar. Councillor Mark Anderson.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to thank Councillor Farquhar for his question. The street lighting in Woodland Walk was installed approximately 10 years ago and is some of the first generation of LED fittings used for footpaths and used in the UK, and has served the residents in the area very well. Unfortunately, these are sealed units, which means they cannot be repaired by replacement of components. We have discovered that due to the exceptional service provided and the improvements in the design and efficiency of this type of LED street lighting, they are no longer being manufactured and cannot be easily replaced. Following the identification of the condition of the existing street lights and discovering that replacement stock was no longer available, the street lighting team has been working with colleagues from the Parks team and Bournemouth Towns Fund project to identify suitable lighting units and funding so they can replace the current street lightings with more up-to-date fittings. These fittings will be able to be better maintained in the future and will fully restore lighting along the walk. And I will ensure that ward members are fully informed.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Councillor Farquhar, do you have a supplementary?
I do have a supplementary, and I thank the portfolio holder for his explanation. It is disappointing that the working life of the original LED lamps is only 10 years. I anticipate that the working life will be longer for the new technology. My question relates to the fact that I am getting a perception that all unnecessary spending is being paused at this precise moment in time. Can we have some reassurance that because these streetlights are identified by not only the neighbourhood police team, but the local councillors and the Towns Fund team as being a matter of public safety, that these works will be expedited, and would the portfolio holder be able to give an indication of how quickly these new lamps will be actually identified and installed, if you please?
Thank you, Councillor Farquhar. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Chairman. I can categorically confirm to Councillor Farquhar that it's not a case that works have been postponed or suspended on this. It is unfortunately a case that these were very modern at the time, lights that were installed. I agree with Councillor Farquhar that 10 years doesn't seem to be a very long period of time for a street light to work. But as I said originally, they were some of the first in the UK. They were some of the first installed. And I remember when we were discussing them in the old Bournemouth Borough Council Environment Committee, how excited we were to be introducing these and the things that we could do with them. It is a shame, as I've said, that the lights no longer work, that they have failed, and that they are sealed units. It wasn't something that was mentioned or considered when we were looking at this at the time. But as soon as we get something, and sometimes I will promise yourself and Councillor Jones that I will inform you both of the situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Councillor Trent, I understand you have a question to put to the portfolio holder for Environment and Place, Councillor Mark Anderson, on local footpaths. Councillor Trent. Councillor Trent, sorry to interrupt you. Apparently there is an issue with your microphone. Could you move to another one?
Start again.
And I will give you permission to start again. It's easier to sit down rather than...
Yeah. Is that any better?
Yeah, we've got a signal. Thank you. Carry on.
Right. Back to square one. Having submitted a well-intentioned question on the subject almost 2 years ago, and sadly got a less than helpful answer about the pressure that was put on certain open space footpaths during the main COVID-19 lockdowns, I would like to ask, A, is there a plan to sort these footpaths out, thinking in particular the ones on Talbot Heath, so that if a future lockdown occurs, that they will be better able to withstand the increased footfall and remain usable? And B, having walked some of these areas over the recent Christmas break, I note that the area of the 2 to 3 footpaths between the field in the valley, Langside Avenue Talbot Drive footpath link, and the 1980s Talbot Village development, leading ultimately onto the Heath, which I used to cycle daily for many years, has become almost impenetrable and overgrown. Is there a plan to restore these links to their former usefulness, or are they being left for a proposed future development to sort out? I also noted lots of examples of disrepair, and will be and have been taking them up individually, and wonder if I can be updated on them.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. Councillor Mark Anderson, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to thank Councillor Trent for his question. I always welcome questions from him. The COVID pandemic had wide-ranging impacts, and our green spaces were crucial in supporting people, and this affected a lot of sites. The impact of a greater footfall and the resulting impact on all aspects of green space maintenance, paths, viewpoints, benches, steps, bins, dog fouling, wildfire disturbance, campfires, etc., has been felt across a lot of our spaces, with no change in the budget position for maintenance. Currently, there are no specific plans to future-proof sites in the event of a similar pandemic. However, work programmes will try and improve spaces where budget and resources allow, and countryside sites will have an annual winter works to manage fire risk as a priority, but also accessibility for habitat improvements. BCP Council is legally required to maintain all our public rights of way, and this maintenance is shared in environment services between the green spaces and highways teams. In addition, some spaces are managed by the countryside team, where rights of way pass across nature reserves. There is currently no planned maintenance of the paths across Talbot Heath or in the vicinity by the countryside team. However, any specific requests or issues that are raised will be considered for health and safety and accessibility. The footpaths referenced in Talbot Woods are not public rights of way and are informal paths, what some people might call desire lines. These will be inspected to assess the need of any improvements or clearance works.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Councillor Trent, do you have any supplementary question?
Yes, I have a supplementary question. I'm a little bit confused by the mention of Talbot Woods, because we're talking about a Heathland footpath, but at least one footpath was available as far back as I can remember, and I'm going back 60 plus years, and it appears to, apart from about a 3 metre length of it, not been touched for a while, and it's growing over and getting sort of harder and harder to traverse. Is there a plan to start to do something here, or to make finance available to do something here? Because this is a historic footpath, whether it was registered or not. There are about 3 footpaths that merge into one, but I'm sort of talking about having at least one footpath that is accessible and usable, as has been the case for 60 plus years.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. Councillor Anderson, if you could be brief. We're up against the bit of a time budget now, but please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman. In answer to Councillor Trent's question, I refer to my previous answer. The only footpaths that we are regulated to maintain are the rights of way footpaths. The other ones have developed as desire lines, and officers will look at doing those to see whether they need to be cleared back, and will clear back as and when they think it is necessary. I can't guarantee that there will be any specific routes that aren't rights of way being cleared.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. As I say, if we could, I'm minded to finish off the last 3 questions, but so a little bit of expedition of answers and supplementaries or otherwise would help. Yes. Well, I'm always told that this is my meeting, and I'm minded that I would like to finish. There's only 3 questions. I'm sure with some agreement we could cover them all to the satisfaction of the majority of the councillors.
Mr. Chairman, is there any chance we can have some heat? I'm absolutely freezing. I don't know if anybody else is cold, but I'm really, really cold. Just sitting here getting colder. With respect. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm not sure how we can warm you up, Councillor, but if any gentleman would like to offer their coat or poncho and wrap it round Councillor Butt, I cannot condone any unnecessary cuddling, but please think warm thoughts for Councillor Butt. There's 2 minutes gone. It is a consideration. We will make the place warmer next time. Councillor Jones, I understand you have a question to put to the portfolio holder for people and homes, Councillor Karen Rampton, on funding to support those in need. Councillor Jones.
Feels strange being back on this side, anyway. The government recently announced a £654 million funding package for councils to enable them to target support for those that most need it, including vulnerable families and those at risk of rough sleeping. Can the Cabinet member advise how much BCP Council will be receiving and how exactly this money will be spent to ensure maximum impact on helping those that most need it across our communities?
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Councillor Rampton.
I thank Councillor Jones for his question. We are delighted that this government, I can't keep turning around, I'll have to just face the front, this government have committed to continue to provide local authorities with a homelessness prevention grant for the following 2 years. BCP Council's allocation will increase from 1.8 million in this year to 1.9 million in 23-24 and 2 million in 24-25. The increased funding allocation reflects the Council's strong reputation in homelessness partnership collaboration and emphasis on preventing homelessness, and where this does occur, making it rare, brief and non-recurring. The grant also takes into account the use of temporary accommodation and the competitive private sector housing market, which provides many with solutions to homelessness, but also remains the highest cause of homelessness in our area. The package of measures announced in December, alongside grants received for Rough Sleepers Initiative, the Rough Sleeping Drug and Alcohol Treatment Grant, Accommodation for Ex-Offenders Grant, the Domestic Abuse Support Grant, enables the Council and its partners to provide a comprehensive package of accommodation and support, which is critical to achieving the priorities in our co-produced homelessness and rough sleeping strategy and delivering the BCP Homelessness Partnership vision of ensuring everyone has a safe place to live that they can call home. Specifically, the Homelessness Prevention Grant provides temporary and specialist supported accommodation provision for families, for young people and for those with more complex needs. The grant provides many support services, amongst them being a landlord support incentive scheme to encourage local private landlords to provide homes for those threatened with homelessness. It match funds our successful Housing First scheme. It provides early help housing support workers dedicated to support families. Homeless social worker for single, homeless and rough sleepers. Bespoke training and development for housing options team. It provides opportunities for over 20 housing apprenticeships. Personalisation and prevention fund for one-off payments to keep people in their accommodation. Housing officers focus on ex-offenders leaving prison and for care experienced young people. Supported housing with St Mungo's, with Pivotal and BCHA. Over 2,000 households each year in BCP are helped to remain in their homes or supported to find new ones, thanks to the dedicated work of our housing team and many other committed partners who make up the BCP Homelessness Partnership.
Thank you, Councillor Rampton. Do you insist on asking a supplementary question, Mr. Jones? Councillor Jones. Thank you. Councillor Evans, I understand you have a question to put to the portfolio holder for Council priorities and delivery. Councillor Nicola Green on free access to public toilets.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
The adequate provision of free-to-access public toilets should be a priority for BCP Council. The lack of toilets is a threat to residents' and visitors' hygiene, health, mobility, dignity and equality. In the past 6 months in Poole Town, we've gone from planning for up to 3 new toilets to 1 site being selected to 0 toilets actually being installed, with no clear idea as to when this will happen. Those in Dolphin Quays remain resolutely shut. We desperately need an overarching strategy for toilet provision. I would therefore like to know about the availability and accessibility of toilets in Poole Town and whether the portfolio holder considers this to be adequate for the needs of the population. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Evans. Councillor Nicola Green.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to Councillor Evans for your question and your interest in this area. I have some more detailed information, but with the lateness of the time and your exhortation to stick to 3 minutes and Councillor Evans' approval, I will send that through regarding opening hours later on.
That would be greatly appreciated.
As she points out, the provision of adequate toilets for our residents, businesses and visitors is immensely important to us. While not mandated as a statutory service, the provision of public toilets in BCP area is a council priority, and there are currently 79 owned, maintained and operated by the council at an annual cost of over £1 million. I'm very pleased to confirm that there's an ongoing trial in Poole Town Centre of an innovative, self-contained modern self-cleaning facility which comes from Europe but which is less familiar to us in this country. We identified 3 possible sites for these with funding allocated for the first 2. Since they are a new model, it was decided to pilot the scheme by installing one and evaluating the results of that trial, how suitable it is, how the public reacts and so on. This facility is in Old Orchard, but unfortunately it has encountered a difficult ground infrastructure from the legacy facilities, and that's caused a bit of a delay. However, as Councillor Evans may well know due to an update today, I'm pleased to inform Council that we anticipate it now being installed by the very beginning of March this year, so very soon. Following on from that, an evaluation of the trial, we expect others to follow. There are council and private public toilets situated in Poole Town Centre, with the large council facility near the old lifting bridge being refurbished and reopened in October 2019, and that's now open 24 hours a day. In addition, there is a public toilet beneath the Dolphin Quays development that's operated privately under a planning obligation, and there was intervention by the council planning enforcement team both last year and the year before to ensure opening during the days and the early evening. And if Councillor Evans has highlighted any further issue, we could take it up, I'm sure, together with the enforcement team. There's also a large private public toilet managed by the Dolphin Centre, which is a changing place toilet with facilities for people with disabilities and their carers. There's also, the Council operates a community toilet scheme where a contribution is made to local organisations and businesses to make their facilities available to the public without the need for a purchase. There are currently 5 facilities in Poole Town Centre, including Sainsbury's, who have an easy-to-access toilet outside their main shop, the Lighthouse, the Spire, Poole Museum and the Slug and Lettuce. All council-supported community toilet scheme facilities and the larger private facilities are suitable for access by people with disabilities and pushchairs, with the council's own facility at the Quay having separate disabled and family rooms, and the Dolphin Centre being a nationally recognised changing places toilet. There are signposts throughout the area towards the nearest facility, with the council's toilet on the Quay having direction signs. The provision of public toilets is a non-statutory service for councils, and the soon-to-be 4 public toilets, along with the council-supported community toilet scheme, compares very favourably with the provision by other like-sized councils and populations, some of whom have completely ceased providing this non-statutory service and have left provision to the private sector. However, BCP Council remains resolutely committed to providing good quality and accessible facilities for residents and visitors alike.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Evans, do you insist on your supplementary?
No, that's very helpful, thank you. And I shall pass the figures on to the Townswomen's Guild Association, who are collecting them nationally. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Evans. And final question, Councillor Farquhar, I understand you have a question put to the portfolio holder for Environment and Place, Councillor Mark Anderson.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much for your indulgence. It's very much appreciated by councillors to give the opportunity for residents and multiple residents to have their concerns asked in this particular chamber, and making sure that the role of a councillor for acting as a critical friend is fulfilled. My question relates to repairs and preventative maintenance on cliff fencing along the Boscombe Overcliff. Can an explanation be given to why maintenance and repairs to the cliff fencing on the wards eastward of Boscombe Pier do not appear to be prioritised for reasons of public safety? In some cases, the fencing has failed completely and does not offer any protection or safety barrier to children, residents, visitors or pet dogs from the dangers of the cliff face, which in many cases is approximately 100 feet high. Despite following the correct reporting procedures, neither myself or my ward colleague, Councillor Jones, are getting swift progress from the appropriate council teams. We are reporting these concerns on behalf of the local residents and dog walkers. In one case, the repairs for a collapsed section of a fence reported on the 3rd of January 2022 have been outstanding for over a year. Further damage has been caused by trespass along the cliff top itself, despite frequent inquiries for progress on this repair and its resolution. Would the appropriate portfolio holder be willing to review the situation with Seafront Services to ensure preventative maintenance and swifter repairs are made, and to ensure that public safety is a higher priority in the future for cliff-top fencing? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farquhar. And that question was directed to the portfolio for Holder for Environment and Place, Councillor Mark Anderson, if you'd care to reply.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to thank Councillor Farquhar for his question. The Seafront Service maintains over 20 miles of fencing across the coastline, and it is often damaged due to extreme weather conditions, misuse, accidents and vandalism. It is costly to maintain, and we spend around £50,000 on staff, contractors and fence materials each year. There is no particular area that is prioritised or isn't prioritised. Our officers work hard to ensure that it is maintained to the necessary standards, and seafront rangers inspect the fencing on a weekly basis. Faults are also often reported directly via the Council's customer service. Each area of damage or failure is logged, reviewed, risk assessed and prioritised. Assessment criteria for prioritisation includes location, footfall, severity of risk, presence of secondary barriers to access or harm, such as scope fencing and foliage, etc. Some repairs also take much longer than others, and often contractors are required to support the in-house teams and are subject to availability. Some areas are damaged or vandalised again almost immediately, and East Cliff, Boscombe and Southbourne are among the most affected areas, and issues are often reported to the police. May I reassure Councillor Farquhar that public safety in all areas of the seafront is our top priority, and we continually review our approach to the provision of fencing, reporting, prioritising and maintenance. Councillor Farquhar in his question raised an issue about a specific incident, and I have asked the head of service of the Seafront Service to look into this instance, and when I get the response I will let him know. But I have decided at this point in time that it was better not to go into the specific details of that particular instance, because it would take well over the 3 minutes that you have allocated me for the time. So I will make sure that Councillor Farquhar gets an answer, and I would also just like to thank Councillor Farquhar for including me in all the correspondence about that particular area, which I have read. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you so much, Councillor Anderson. It's good to see good work being done by good people. Do you insist on... Oh, you're standing, George. Please exercise your right to a supplementary question.
So I very much appreciate the portfolio holder engaging with the head of Seafront to actually resolve this issue. However, it is very difficult for me to explain to the residents to have confidence in the reporting system if a report which is reported by myself on behalf of a resident takes over a year to be repaired, despite, as the portfolio holder says, assessments, risk assessments, evaluations, costs. It is not acceptable to the public to actually say that a year is acceptable. So I would urge, and I do thank the portfolio holder looking into this specific case, because it reflects poorly upon the local authority, it reflects poorly to the residents that actually pay their council tax, and it reflects poorly in the confidence that they can use our systems, particularly from the transformation, to report issues. So, my question is...
Councillor Farquhar, your question is, thank you.
My question is, can we get a reassurance? Could we get a little bit of quiet so I can actually make my question?
Order, please. Councillor Farquhar.
Thank you, Chair. I do appreciate you calling the meeting to order. My question is this. What reassurance can we get for a full explanation for why it takes over a year to have a piece of fencing which has been properly reported through the system as designated for the residents, and what explanation will we actually be given to the public by the portfolio holder once this consultation is complete with a head of Seafront? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Anderson, do you wish to? No. Well, that brings us to agenda item 10. Please calm yourselves and don't stand up before I give you permission to leave. Urgent decisions taken by the Chief Executive in accordance with the Constitution. I'll ask the Chief Executive to advise members of any urgent decisions taken.
None to report, Chairman.
Well then, at this particular juncture, and I'm sorry you're so cold, Councillor Hughes, but I declare this meeting closed. Thank you.